Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, August the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, what's happening this morning? So TME, again, China cracked down a lot of their stocks, a lot of their companies, Chinese government that is. TME, so it's kind of a double whammy. They also had earnings. This is our new, our new way of typing in symbols. So it does bring up the company name. You got to be a little bit careful though, because in the past you just had to type in a symbol and you click on it, but now you have to kind of watch to see what it's bringing up. Anyway, I digress. TME. So as I say, a double whammy. Earnings after hours didn't look bad, but again, the Chinese government cracking down, and they singled out TME. So I'm in a short of this one. Got in around 8.55. I've covered some at 8.35, and I just want to see if it just continues down. Another one of these ones making an all-time low. Amazing. Romeo is another one. RMO is another one. Not a China stock, but another company making an all-time. See, there's the issue. You got to pay attention to what you're clicking on. Not sure I like this. Maybe there's a way to disable that too, if you don't want that. This is in a development version I'm on, so I know you're not seeing this, the same thing. Anyway, RMO, another earnings play. EV sector is just, look at the other one. CLSK had earnings today also, but here's RMO, another all-time low. CLSK, another earnings play. I mean, EV just not in favor right now. LAC is another one. It's not an earnings play, but just, lithium batteries. It's gapping down also. LMFA, not China. I don't think it is anyway. LMFA, lending, that's not China. LMFA, boy, I don't know if I like this, guys. I'm gonna see what I'm talking about is, it's great to have a country or a company lookup, but we're just so used to typing in a symbol. Anyway, I'm gonna have to talk to development about that. LMFA, earnings play. Nice reaction after hours, as Martin pointed out. Yeah, it was a runner. When was that? That was in July. But again, not holding its gains. Market is going to open soft. Wow, market is going to open quite soft this morning. Softly this morning. This is shortable for me. Yeah, I'm not noticing horrible chart lag, Saeed. BON, I mean, there is some compared to what we had before, but to me, it's not as bad. I don't know, guys. Just a minute, I just want to talk to somebody here. All right. BON, is this an earnings play? BON is an earnings play. BON is an earnings play. Not bad, actually, 31%. Released earnings this morning before the market opened. CRDL. CRDL. Yeah. I think they had some news. I'm trying to see what the news was. I don't. Yeah, I don't really see any specific news to it for today. This looks like this is going to be ripe for a short, guys. 317, the high CRDL. Don't see any. Don't see any news. Another one that keeps moving down. BEKE. No specific news. Just right now it's just kind of probably moving with the market. Is CRDL earnings really? I didn't see that. Yeah, I'm going to make a suggestion that they, if you don't want to look up a company name for the symbol, if you know the symbol, anyway. Okay, so I do not see, I don't see, I don't see that it released earnings anywhere. Not saying it didn't, but I don't see that it did for CRDL. I do see it here, but I don't see that it actually did. I know what you mean, August 17th, but I don't see anything about it. Normally, I'm just looking at my IB headline news. I'm looking at our news. I don't see an earnings release for it, even though I know it says August 17th pre-market, and it looks like it could have been because there's the gap up. All right. Usually it's a lot more. I see 815. I see an Edgar's filing and all, but usually it's a little more official looking. Anyway, regardless, okay, if it's earnings, it's earnings. CRDL. FLGC, boy, this is one that, who knows where this is going today. FLGC, super active yesterday. Okay, this is driving me crazy now, guys. We have a marketing meeting today. I'm going to bring this up. I don't like this at all. Okay, so FLGC, this one got up to what did it get? $21, $21.50 yesterday. I mean, it sold way off though. I mean, this was really a tough, couldn't hold this one. See if it takes out yesterday or the day before. If it takes out that high, it may have a shot. So I'm just going to stick an alert around 1757 or so. Price alert, see if it takes that out later on. TSP. I don't see any specific news for it. It's just gapping down. Almost a lifetime low. This was an IPO back here, so almost in fact, this will be a lifetime low now. Well, James, you can take a look at the swing channel, okay? See what you think of that. No way to look at it. No, I can't post it in here, Zen. I don't know why you can't log into the room. You have to log in every day. You can't save the link. So here is the link to get into the trading room. There are people in the room, so I mean, it's not that the room is not, you're not able to get in, or you shouldn't be. Here is the link. So we don't make recommendations in the room, Roberto. We don't. It's not quite like that. I mean, we might have some ideas and all that, but this is not. You'll never hear me, and nobody else should be saying, "Okay, I think you should buy this to go along today," as an example. HSDT, HSDT, HSDT. This was gapping up. I don't see any specific news or reorganizing. No. Okay, so they have a FDA breakthrough device designation. That is HSDT. So they did have some news. Really, Solomon? Interesting. I don't know why that happens. I don't know. I don't think that is widespread. Even I have to, for me to get into the room, you think, because I'm the moderator, it would be just one click. It's not one click for me, but not because I'm having to delete cookies or anything like that. It is just the way it is. All right, it is 9:16, so I think what I'll do now is just take a look, see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Okay, let's take a look at some of the upgrades. All right, there's some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. All right, there's some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. And let's take a look at the sectors. Let's see what's happening. My guess is that most of them will be down today. Maybe not utilities, but just take a look. And again, if you don't have this doc channel, please download the latest beta. Everybody asks me, well, how do you bring up these sector, or first of all, how do you bring up the sector status? Well, it's one of the channels. But how does your layout remain? You have to have the latest beta. Oh, I hope so, real. All right, let's take a look here. So, is there any sector that is up? No, as the market, virtually every sector is down. All right, what would be the most positive sector right now? Materials. Yeah, again, once this market opens, though, who knows? I don't know where any of these are going to go. But so right now, everything is down. And what you're seeing here, when you see like 12% and 87%, that means only 12% of the stocks are up from yesterday's close as we speak. Most of the 87% are down. So, and you can see the major sectors, every one of them down from yesterday's close. So we're in for a rocky open. And again, that is our sector status. So many of these companies, have released earnings over the last couple of weeks. I can't remember the last time I've seen this. That they release earnings and they're at all-time lows. The smaller ones, of course. So we've got a couple already, TME and also Romeo, RMO. Okay, one moment, please. All right. Now, there are some little earnings by it. Again, we have bond, BON. We have LMFA. We seem to think CRDL is an earnings play, so I guess it is. And of course, CLSK, I don't know. I mean, this is the one I was really looking at to short also. But I didn't take that one. I took the TME instead. All right, so somebody's saying there is an echo with my voice. Now that might be on your system, unless everybody says that there's an echo. It's got to be on your system, Ali. Okay. So in the main trading room, no, it's somebody from our YouTube room. So anybody else on YouTube? Do I have an echo? Yeah, so it's on your system, Ali. Maybe do a refresh or a reload or something, okay? Usually the clue is, unless a lot of people are saying the same thing, it's usually you. So let's take a look at CLSK. I mean, where could it keep going to? I mean, at some point it might bounce, but this, again, earnings play, CLSK, EV, just not. This is, I mean, remember these days here look like the whole sector was running, and now the whole sector is diving. Not every single stock, of course, but. All right, TME making new lows. Yeah, I did cover some right here, but I'm in this short, 855. So this is sort of the double whammy, guys. I mean, China, the government cracking down, and TME was specifically mentioned, and also it's an earnings play. So far, Zach, yeah. Well, and here's a bottoming tail. Let's hope that's nothing. But an all-time low. So I mean, there was no support for it. All right, so we're not prudes here, but we try to keep it completely clean in the room, okay? Well, here are my gap ups and here are my gap downs, guys. So this is the tail right here, just a few gap ups, and look at all the gap downs. I mean, look at them all. So of course that reflective on what the market is doing pre-market right now. Another China stock, JD, getting thumped here. JD getting thumped. So many of the China stocks more expensive. The next low looking left is down here. So it's got some support, maybe around 61. So that is JD. All right, that bottoming tail so far has meant nothing for TME so far. I'm hearing AUP on the way down though. AUPH on the way down. AUPH. Oh, look at this one. AUPH breaking down through the 200-day moving average. Also 1361, 1327 right now. I mean, it's the acquisitions. They had some acquisitions. Market's not liking it right now. Of course, pipeline assets targeting autoimmune. So the market's not liking that news for Aurinia. Everything's down, Mabel. Everything is down. There is not one positive sector as we speak. So, I mean, look at here. I mean, 1149 or so is the next low looking left for 8, but this is really getting thumped. AUPH. Yeah, it's because I have my own filters, James. Okay, if you're talking about the trade the gap channel in the like the actual channel itself, I have different filters that I use. I don't use the channel. No problem using the channel, but I just have, as you get used to using trade ideas, you can customize things, and that's what I've done. All right, guys, market is going to open in about 30 seconds, so let's have a great trading day today. As always, I'll be waiting to see what sort of option plays we have from my option scanner. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, so let things settle down a little bit. This could turn into my favorite day being a big gap down and then a slow and steady recovery during the day. That'll help a lot of bounce plays. All right, we are now open. So let's see what's happening. Well, it just means the market is gap down. I mean, Mamable. I mean, it just means it's gap down. It doesn't mean you just pile into a short. Again, as always, you have to wait to see how things trade, how they set up. We have our first halt. So you guys have been talking about VRPX. Yeah, look at VRPX. Wow. That's our first halt of the day. Reports FDA response, guidance. So it has received an FDA response. Low float. Look at that float, 2 million in the float. Doesn't trade options, so it's not going to show up on my option scanner. Open on the way down also. I mean, I saw this one also just getting thumped, but like so many stocks. So the market's now 280. There's no disconnect. Look at tech. Tech, big drop for tech. No disconnect right now. In other words, growth and revenue. Whoa, TME, guys. Yes, sirree. Well, only takes one good trade. So that breakdown through 8. So a little bottoming tail here. Let's see if that meant really anything. CLSK continues down. Earnings play. All right, another China stock, of course, ZH. Not a lifetime low, but most of these China stocks are just taking it on the chin day. Look at this market. Another China stock, BILI. More expensive. Look at this one just getting thumped. Yeah, TAL, EDU, and what was the other one? GoTo or GOTU. Yeah, I don't even look at them anymore. Another China stock, DIDI. Look at this. Look at this IPO, guys. Wow. DIDI on the way down. So if you want to go long anything right now, it better be something that is really completely trading on its own. In other words, it's an alpha stock. I mean, here's one, EDR, trading on its own right now anyway. It's an earnings play, not caring so much what the market's doing, but it is early, very early. All right, TME, that back down through 8 again. TSP is actually having a nice bounce. TSP, big bounce for TSP, and it's early. SOFI actually having a decent day. Again, had earnings on the 12th. Here's a reaction. Yesterday, kept moving down again. All right, VRPX just opened. Let's see what it did. Yeah, it is. So it gapped up a little bit. The halt was at 7:11, so it's at 7:30, and now it is running. So the next high looking left on the monthly chart is up here at around 8:52. Weekly chart probably will be the same. Actually, the high is 8, so 8 might get stuck around 8, unless this news is just too good. All right, guys, I've covered more of my TME, just as it's bouncing around that 8 level. Do a refresh, slow hand then. Just do a refresh, see if that helps. Click on help, sorry, click on account and do a reset connection, okay? See if that helps. But that is not it's not happening to me, and believe me, if it were happening to me, I'd be on the phone to development. Seriously though, no, it's not happening to me. So sometimes it's just a matter of doing a refresh or reset the connection. I'm hearing DXC. Now VRPX, well, that was the one. They see that there. This is your definition of your alpha stock. Okay, doesn't care what the market's doing. It is completely and utterly trading on its own because of the news. And look at the float, 2 million. Now, as quickly as this is going up, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, but as quickly as it goes up, it can go down even more quickly. So if you're in this one, just be careful. No, I've already talked to them, and it'll become smarter. So when you type in a symbol, it knows to go to that symbol. How ugly is FLGC? All right, I keep hearing DXC. So is this an earnings play? DXC, it is not an earnings play. When I say hearing, I've got text to speech for this particular one. So I keep hearing DXC. Not very much volume though. So what I'm waiting on is to see if we start getting some green 15-minute candles. We've got the first one. Well, actually, I'm sorry, this is still the first one. We're only 9:39. So start to see if we get some green candles, a bit of a recovery, maybe an hour or so, hour and a half of green. That can help a lot of bounce plays. Now you guys are talking about SESN. I don't see it on my... Oops. Yeah, so they're going to fix this. All right, well, yesterday's high was 160, so I guess if it can take out yesterday's high, and then right above that is the 200-day, but that's far enough away. So, I mean, if you're, this is, if you're in this one right now, you have to be aware of yesterday's high of 160. All right, this is, yeah, so this is one of the, now this is not China, but GAN, and this is an earnings play, August 16th, yeah, post market. So this is an earnings play. So they released after hours yesterday. On the way down, GAN. All right, TME making another new low. So I did cover some down here at 795 before. I still have some left to see if it has that utter collapse. I mean, it's already had a great collapse down 12%. I'm just holding out to see if there's going to be more for TME. All right, notice EDR came in on the AI. Mentioned that one just a little earlier. Now, this is right there is the high 25.47, so it's right at these highs. This could be a lot of resistance to get through. Right here, if you look at that daily chart for EDR, it is an earnings play. All right, maybe keep an eye on me here, not me, but the symbol ME. 836 is the next high looking left, I believe. Now, if we can get through all that, I mean, this has got some room. I don't see any specific news on it. I mean, I see that Credit Suisse initiated coverage. Let's see if they put a price target on it. Yeah, pretty aggressive price target. So they've initiated coverage on it, and they put a price target of 13 ME. Yeah, so James, you're talking about surfing, okay? So it's just a toggle. Idea surfing, if you want it, but the minute you type in a symbol, it's going to stop. Okay, that's by design. So you're talking about surfing, you know, right beside the sound icon. Okay, so, but every time you click on a symbol or type a symbol, and it's going to stop. And then that's by design. Look at LMFA, guys. Just not I mean, had a nice little pop after hours, but just giving it up now. All right, so now that is a green candle so far, the first 15 minutes. All right, first 15 in the book. So let's see now. If you're looking for bounces, this will be very key to see what the next 15-minute candle does on the SPY. You know, now right now it's red, so $31. Okay, I must have read that wrong. Really? Are you sure? Or you're, I mean, I see 13, not 31. 13, not 31. Unless they release something else afterwards as a correction. Well, let's see. No, I'm clicking on a later release. I'm still seeing 13. So I don't know what to say. I'm going to go with 13, all right? All right, I know you guys are, wow, NAOV now over 4. Okay, over 4. Yesterday it struggled to get over 4. 408 was the high. Now it's over 4. I know, Ija, you love it. I know. Yeah, my guess is it is a typo, unless other sites are saying 31. Now, the next high looking left is 420 on that monthly chart. You have to go back to 2019, 2 years ago. All right, now obviously this is really extended. You got the alert at 875 from my watch list, but that is super extended, of course. And I would never have use this like a watch list, so this might pull back a bit. Keep an eye on that second 15-minute candle for the SPY. This will be. Meanwhile, FLGC just, what an erratic trader. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, unfortunately. It got to yesterday, it got all the way up to $21, $13 now, or 14. Cut by a third, just like that. Fun when you're in them, when they're moving higher. Not so much when they're moving down. All right, so okay, mini recovery for the SESN. Again, I didn't want to bring it up too much. It still has some tough negative feelings about this one. I know from some of you in the room, SESN, when it got just absolutely got slammed on Friday afternoon before the market closed. All right, Porch, PRCH. This is an earnings play. Released after hours. No big reaction. Market opens and now just starting to move down. Porch, PRCH. Massive bounce for 10% TSP. Big bounce for TSP. Looks like it's gone positive, actually. All right, PRCH. Okay, so I mean, where's the next level? The low is 1209 on that monthly chart. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. The next low is 1402. So this still has room. 1650. Yeah, so this is just breaking down through that low here. So I mean, Porch still has room to move down if it wants to. And that's PRCH. Oh man, the tattooed chef is still getting tattooed here. Look at this. TTCF keeps moving down after earnings on the 12th. Man, oh man, just getting crushed here. Only 13% above its lifetime low. Man, PRCH continues down here. Wow, just broke down through 16 now. Yeah, I mean the spread isn't great right now for PRCH, but I mean you can. I would never be taking it now. I mean you're chasing it down. I mean the only thing I would be looking at is seeing if it can base just underneath 16 for a while, just for a while. But I mean it may just keep going down. I mean 1571, 1584. I mean that's not a great spread, of course. But I mean it's right now you're in chase mode. Well, here's another one, guys. OTLY, not an earnings play, but another one making an all-time low, another disaster IPO. I mean, it was okay for a while, $29, cut in half now. OTLY. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm always aware of the spread, of course. If I were really, gung-ho about it, I would probably, with IB, I would probably try a mid. Try to get a midpoint fill, sorry, a midpoint fill using that midpoint. All right, VRPX on the move again, guys. VRPX on the move. So this wasn't terrible then. 875, it pulled back and then popped. You just got to be careful. You got to trade these though. I mean, I don't know where this is going, but it's an all-time high now. This is not shortable for me, VRPX, even if I wanted to. I mean, it's getting really well, nice little pullback, 2-bar pullback in the 5-minute. I know Real wants 3 of them, but 2. Is this an earnings play? WB? I keep hearing, yeah, another. Okay, actually, unless they released early, it's tomorrow. Look at this, another China stock just getting crushed here. WB. They release earnings tomorrow, pre-market. All right, moment of truth again for TME. For TME. There's the low right there. All right, guys. So look at this. Look at this candle here. So I'd be really reluctant to be taking even a bounce play. I know Real's talking about but look at this candle here. Look at this candle. I mean, that was the opening 15-minute candle. Remember, we already had a big gap down pre-market. There's the opening 15-minute candle. Looked like maybe, but look at this candle here. This red, this second 15-minute candle for the SPY. So unless you've got something that is really, really trading on its own, like a VRPX, NIU is, I'm not saying there's no bounce plays, but NIU, I know Real mentioned it. Yeah, so this is trading on its own for sure. Okay, the VRPX is still hot. I wonder if I can take out 10. There's nothing stopping it in terms of chart resistance. It definitely is alpha going against the SPY, absolutely. And so is this, obviously, FRPX. And he doesn't care what the SPY is doing, what the overall market is doing. Okay, FRPX doesn't care. Another lithium play, LTHM, lithium play on the way down. Look at this, straight down. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is around 21.48, so that's about $1.50 away. All right, well, this one is above yesterday's high. It's SESN. Yeah, it's a little bit above yesterday's high, so it's having a bit of a bounce here, SESN. This is just I mean, I don't know exactly. I don't see any specific news on it. The other one I was looking at was Romeo. Look at Romeo, RMO, just another earnings play, all-time low. Sort of flipped a coin between TME and RMO, and I chose TME. They're both good though, in terms of shorting. So Real now is playing the, yeah, okay, so the reversal on this one. So yeah, it was moving higher against the market, couldn't sustain it. I don't see any news on it. Had earnings on the 16th, that was yesterday, pre-market, so not a great reaction. I mean, look at the reaction, nothing fantastic. Boy, if this VRPX takes out 10, look out. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to, but I'm going to stick an alert at 10:10 or 10:06. See if it takes out 10. No, you know what? I did not know that SESN showed up in the earnings scan or in the options scanner. So okay, it's got room. There's no question it's got room. 262 is the 200-day moving average, so it does have room. This is just, traders trying to pick a bottom here, I guess, obviously. What I would have liked to have seen is something that they're saying, okay, we're going to revise, our submission. Because if you read the press release, it said we reject it in its present form. Okay, that was the I believe it's a kidney drug they were trying. I think. So what I'd like to see is that the company would come out and say, okay, we're revising the form in which we're presenting it, or something like that. But I don't see anything. So I'm a little reluctant. I mean, it may just keep whipping, but I mean, it's got a ton of room when you look left now in the next high, 611. All right, another one, VEDL. Where are you out of? So this is an India stock, VEDL, out of India. And I don't see any specific reason. This almost looked like it was a negative buyout here. Boy, RMO is just getting, again, I use the phrase, it's just getting crushed. Find me an EV play that isn't, that is still good. It's just like the whole sector is in complete and utter disarray. I'm waiting on TME to see if it can just make another low here. Guys, the VRPX is getting so close to 10 again. But again, I just have to caution everybody, especially if you're new to trading, even if you're not new to trading. Look at that float. Look at that float. You see, there's just a minute. There it is, guys, over 10. Totally parabolic on the 15, totally. But it's just marching to its own beat here. Look at this. I mean, over 10 now, 138%. This one was EPEX all day yesterday. It kept moving down, 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 down. I kept hearing it over and over again. It is an AI play, of course. Well, you can't take it now. That's, you had to have taken it earlier. I was talking about it on a pullback. You can't take it. I mean, I'm not saying you can take it now, but you're taking something that is super extended right now. Right here is where you had a shot. okay, after it jumped, and then right here, rested a bit. So right there is where you had a shot on the 5 minute, right there. So around, you know, that 850 mark. But right now, I mean, yeah, I mean, it could keep going higher. I'm only mentioning it because, I mean, you know, taking out 10 is, well, it has no resistance. It's an all-time high. But yeah, when I mention this right now, I'm not saying, oh yeah, everybody should take this when it breaks out over 10. I'm just, you know, I have to point it out because it's an exciting play in the room. But you had to be watching this here. Remember, I'm sure I must have said something like maybe wait for a pullback on this VRPX. Remember I said we got an alert at 875? So there was the alert. I said maybe watch for a little pullback. And that's what happened. Well, you can create a top list. We have an all-time high. I mean, a position in lifetime range. Now, I mean, I'm just looking here. I'm always just looking here. My single stock window tells me immediately. But if you're looking for stocks that are at an all-time low or an all-time high, we have a position in lifetime range filter. Okay, so we have a position in lifetime range. Here you are. Position in lifetime range. So if you use that filter and you put 100% as an example, that would be at a lifetime high. If you put 0, that would be at a lifetime low as an example. Now, if you're looking for the actual price itself, that would require a custom formula, but if you're just looking for stocks making lifetime highs, lifetime lows, see how erratic that was at 10? I mean, you got to be awfully careful. As quickly as they go up, they can go down. Listen, Roberto, I cannot make, I'm not an investment advisor, you know, I have to be awfully careful what I say. So I can't say something like, yes, I think, yes, you can take this on the pullback now. Can't say that. I mean, you've got to understand, 2 million shares in the float is such a low float that if all of a sudden the buying just starts drying up, not so much selling comes in, just, okay, the enthusiasm dries up, this will sink like a stone. So you just got to be totally aware of the fact that when you're in a low float, I mean, look at that, 2 million in the float, it's already traded at 33 million. I can do some quick math, that's about 16 times the float. Here's another one, another all-time low. This is another, I didn't see this one actually, pre-market. I didn't really see this one. Go EV, another earnings play. Just all these smaller EV plays just getting crushed. Another all-time low. And let's see, what is the market doing? So again, the market is not, that is not a big rebound yet. This is, well, I don't want to call it junk, but I mean, you know, there's no reason for that stock to be up. I mean, sure, it had some good news, but the only reason it's up 150% or whatever it is was, look at ME, guys. Remember I was mentioning ME earlier. So this did it pull? Yeah, pull back underneath 8, and now it's starting to move. Pretty aggressive price target. I'm pretty sure it's 13 and not 31. There must be a typo if you're seeing that in from Fidelity. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's unbelievably exciting to be in a trade when you're, you know, something like this, if you're in here around $5 to watch it go to 10, it's unbelievably exciting. Not so exciting to watch it go from 10 to 6. Well, let me let me see if there's still a another correction. Well, I guess maybe it depends. Is it from Credit Suisse or another broker putting a 31? CS? Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, I keep seeing this. Anyway, whatever it is, whether it's 13 or 31, it's still aggressive from 8. All right, I'm hearing AUPH. Is it rebounding? No, it is still moving down. AUPH, market doesn't like these acquisitions they've made. It tried, look at this. I mean, it popped all the way up. Now, I don't know if that's, sometimes when you see these topping tails and bottoming tails like this, it's hard to know if this would truly happen. But anyway, there it is, still underneath the 200-day moving average. All right, so I think I didn't like the SESN. I mean, it might come back, but the only way I'll take this trade is if it gets over this 168 or around that 168 mark again. Let's wave at wave. Let's see what is happening with wave. No, wrong one. Is it wave? WAVE? Or is it WVE? Can't be WVE. Why is it not showing up here? Okay, but still, okay. I mean, it still should have shown up. Anyway, eco wave power. Okay, so big pop up. Yeah, big pop up. I don't know why Real is talking about this. Of course, as a potential short. Man, oh man, AUPH keeps going down, guys. Yeah, you can't. Well, I mean, I would never recommend that. No stops. I still have the TME. Completely out of the VRPX. The VRPX for me, later on in the day, if it can take over 10 again, that will probably get me right back into it. Because, I mean, there's the pullback so far, but takes out 10 again, that'll be, I'm sure that'll get some traders excited, including myself. Ugh, another one. Look at this. Oh, so this is another earnings play. FUV is another. Actually, there are a few earnings plays. I'm surprised. Didn't have very many yesterday. Of course, Monday. Few earnings plays. So FUV, another one. Just boy, these EV plays are just not in favor right now at all. Well, yeah, I don't mean that if it went from 9:30 to 10 in a second, I'd take it. What I would hope for is that it would get back up to 10 and maybe base a little bit, and then all of a sudden get some volume and take it right through. Naif 081, good morning. Or Naif. What is an earnings play? A company that released earnings, for me anyway, released earnings before the after the market closed the day before, or pre-market this morning. So here's FUV, released earnings after hours. You can see the reaction. That's that mauve area. They released after hours. And this is the pre-market, but they released after hours. Why are they important? Because typically when a company releases earnings, again, after hours, the day before, or pre-market, that means they're going to be active all day long, usually. I mean, that's why you get these, these moves. Do all the scanners use pre-market and after-market data? Well, I mean, you can do that if you want. Yeah, I know, a naive person. I know. I was wondering, like a waif. Okay, naif, waif. Okay. So when you ask that question, do all the scanners use pre-market? I mean, it depends. I mean, if I want this to use pre-market, if I want to be alerted in the pre-market from this, I'd have to have some filter. I'd have to have, as an example, pre-market highs and lows, as an example. If I'm on a top list, I have a selection that says use live data always, which would be pre-market and post-market, or just live during market hours, as an example. Boy, I wonder who my house money is larger than Zach's is. I wonder who that is. Probably starts with a V and ends in a Y. My opinion of well, I'm a whole number person, so I mean I'm always aware where the whole numbers are. That for me is psychological. I know in theory it shouldn't matter if it's algo trading. They don't, it's just a number. But I'm always aware. 10, I think, is a huge psychological number. 5, 10, 15, huge. But I think 10 is a huge psychological number. That's my opinion. So James, I don't know if you asked that question yesterday, but it's all about the limit offset. If your limit off, didn't you ask that question yesterday, or maybe it was somebody else? Your limit offset, maybe it's too tight, and so even though you were trying to auto trade it, which we don't agree with, but if you're trying to auto trade it, it's moving too quickly, and if your limit offset is too tight, like 2 cents, maybe it wasn't you, but it was somebody else, perhaps. The only other thing I can say is that I can't know. I can't know. You'll have to send your log files to. Yeah, then if you have it on market order now, I don't know. You have to send the log files. I can't help you there. No idea. They'd have to check your log files. So you can go to account. Go to help and then send files to support. This is in the simulator, right? Yeah, it's impossible for me to know, why I wouldn't take it at the market. It's not a good idea to do that though, of course. So, all right, Romeo, bit of a bounce now. TME still not really bouncing. But the whole thing there, James, is it's like I don't want to say it's pointless to do it because you'd never do it in the real world. Okay, so in the simulator, try to emulate what you would really do if you had money on the line. You would not be going in at the market. You would be using a limit offset. I could start off with a 2 and then a 5 and a 15. The 2 will alert me early, then I'll see if I want it, and then I'll start watching on the 5. You're talking about those crosses. Yeah, it's just too bad it's not shortable. But look what's happened. I mean, you can just see. I mean, it's not an utter collapse yet, but look at the volume. Look how it's drying up. Look on the 2-minute chart. Look at the 5-minute chart. I mean, there tells the story. The volume has just dried up. Look at that big 5-minute bar right there. And the 15, the same thing. The volume is drying up. Now, it doesn't mean that it's not going to come back later on. Maybe at this level here, if it gets back down to 8, you might get people nibbling again. James, but you're new to trading, right? Again, we don't agree with auto trading, so I don't know how much more I can emphasize it. Not, no, not to auto trade, but I can't prevent you from doing it. But I mean, honestly, if I thought auto trading was the way to go, I'd be doing it. I know we offer it, but okay. Oh, your own strategy. Okay. All right. Oh, because there are people that want to test their own strategies, and so I mean, we can't. And I don't, I mean, you want to do your own strategy. I don't agree with doing it with the AI, but hey, I don't run the company. So, all right, guys, I'm kind of, sort of, maybe watching the SESN, okay? I know that's the only one that's come through on the option scanner. I mean, it has a shot. I mean, it pulled back down to 153. I have an alert set up here around 170. The high yesterday was 160. But again, remember, for all the reasons why it got absolutely, trashed Friday afternoon before the market closed, they're still in play. Nothing has really changed. It's just, people looking for bottom fishing expeditions. SMFR, nope. And there's probably a good reason for it. That's not the reason. SMFR. Oh, I know why. You see, I took out, or one of the, I'm trying to remember when I did it, but one of the filters I've got, the stock has to be up for the day. Okay. Now I know this one worked. I saw it too many times though when the stock was down that it, just didn't work very well. So one of the filters I did add several months ago, I think, the stock has to be up for the day. So that's the reason. Now, you don't have to do the same thing, of course, but all right, give me a moment, please, and then I'll start my little TI spiel. All right, guys, I'm now back. So, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm sharing my screen and I'm live on the mic and I'm watching this spy making another move down here. And I always start off with my home page. So I'm just putting my homepage link in. Now, if you're in the main trading room, the homepage link is always here. There's my homepage tab, and here's the link. So when you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, there is a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas, and I'll show you how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual monthly for premium and standard. Premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over. We nicknamed her Holly. Okay, I'll go over that in a bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. You want to go monthly, that's fine. This is what you'll pay, $118 and $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. More information on my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every morning. This is free. Stock of the day video that I do, this is free. All the education here, if you click here, this is all free. If you're a new subscriber or you're thinking about it, you can take a look at the basic features that we have with the 20 lessons. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, single stock windows, etc. All the basic features are explained here. All right. Today is Tuesday. So today, if you guys have a lot of questions, I talk about Brokerage Plus a little bit, but if you want to get in more depth about Brokerage Plus, etc., today's your day. Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room at 12 o'clock. We're talking Eastern Time. That's when I take my break. I take a break at noon. And so Michael takes over in our YouTube room. Before I leave, I'll put the link in. But, save up your Brokerage Plus questions for him. Daily webinars, back to normal next week. We'll have them back to normal, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos, more educational videos. Click on that, watch videos. And the first one is starting trade ideas from scratch. And if you're new to trading, Michael Noss put this together, a 36-part video series. They're very short videos. Starts off with what is a stock. So if you are new to trading, highly recommend this. A lot of information on my homepage. So my advice always is just save my link, and then you can take a look, especially those 2 sections. Well, I haven't gone to the other section. Let me just get to. So a lot of information here. And then, of course, if you are a subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Here's a sample layout that I got, okay, and a lot of individual scans that I'm sharing. So obviously you have to be a subscriber. So this is free, the trade of the week, stock of the day is free, and all the education is free. You have to be a subscriber, obviously, to have access to my scans. Give me a moment here as I size my window. So I thought I answered you. When you have an option MDB, okay? For the top list windows, you can, maybe you didn't hear me. Can you hear me? Sorry for the caps. Okay, well, as I wait for him to answer, his question is, do all the scanners use pre-market and aftermarket data? You can, you have an option to do that if you want. All right, let me keep going now. By the way, DNMR, I think that was, that was an earnings play, I believe, and it has rebounded now. No, there'll always be a promo code, Big Paper, so you don't have to worry about that. That is my standard promo code. Okay, well, yeah, so you have an option. Say, with the top of this window, as an example, right-click, time frame, live always would be pre-market and post-market, live during market hours. So you have a selection here. And for alert windows, if you want to see, say, pre-market highs or lows, or post-market highs or lows, there is a selection, but they keep working. Yes, but it's an option. We start getting our data at 7 in the morning Eastern time. We go 7 to 7. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if they're all set for extended hours. I know that the sector channel is, but if you want, it all depends on first of all, if some of them have a relative volume filter in, then they won't work pre-market. Okay, if you have a relative volume filter in, it's not going to work pre-market, as an example. So let's just take a look at the Momo channel. But we've got a pre-market channel, as an example. Here's an after hours channel. We've got a pre-market channel. Where are you? I know you're here. There you are, pre-market. Okay, so I mean, you've got a pre-market, you've got an aftermarket, but some of these channels, if they have what we call our relative volume filter in, they won't work in the pre-market. But you can customize. So for instance, the momentum channel probably doesn't work in the pre-market just because it's got this filter in here. Yeah, the current volume. This current volume is at least 3. So yeah, so this if you have this filter active in any one of your scans, you won't get any data in the pre-market, as an example, okay? But again, we have a pre-market channel and a post-market channel. What do I think about VRPX? I think that you got to get some volume back in, got to get the enthusiasm back. I mean, it's sitting at 8, but look, see, the volume is still decreasing. I mean, there's a ton of volume, still 4 million shares here, but it's still decreasing. What you'd want to see is a big volume push, in my opinion. I mean, it's holding 8, not badly, but what you'd love to see is holding 8 and then get a big volume spike. It's not happening yet. So let me explain a little bit about Trade Ideas. What we are a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So here's an example of a scanner that I put together called Basic New Highs and Lows. If I right click on the scanner, click on Configure, here are the filters that I'm using. So this is what I'm looking for in this particular scan that I put together. And again, I'm sharing this. So you always start off with filters. You know, if you didn't have filters and you're just looking for stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, you'd be inundated with alerts, obviously. So that's why you always have filters to kind of get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So in this one, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Big current volume is going to be trading at least 6 times normal up to this point of the day, 400,000 shares, etc. Okay, so if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks today. Now the good news, you don't have to learn a programming language. We feel we have put together enough alerts. These are all the alerts that we have. And when you get to these icons, these are the filters that we have. We feel we've put together enough alerts and filters that the majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But again, if you're starting off new, you can have all my scans, and also in our toolbar, which I just showed you before, these are all themed layouts. Okay, these are all themed layouts. We have an earnings, pre-market, momentum, stock surging, etc. If you like, for instance, so if you like this, if you saw this Momo and you thought, let's take a look at what it's looking for, and again, you just right-click, configure, and you get the summary up so you can see what it's looking for. If you like that, if you thought, okay, you know what, I don't want to change anything, but if you wanted to change the price, you could go ahead and change the price range. So let's just make a change to 10 and 50 instead of 1 and 50. Say okay. A little bit of a lag here. There we go. So if I configure now, notice how it's changed. Now, important to note this. In our channels, if you make a change and then you come back to this channel, you go to another channel, come back, your change is not saved. The reason it's not saved is that these channels are for everybody. So the fact that you want to make a change is not necessarily what other people want. So typically this is what people do though. They might make a change, and then, because what they're really looking for is they don't necessarily have to see the entire scan, but they want one scan from it. So in this particular case, if you're using our beta, you would right click and duplicate into a free floating window. This is going to show up on another monitor. And now, here it is. Now you can save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud. You would click on save. I'm not going to do it because I've got it already there several times. Okay. So the concept now is that you can go through each channel and start extracting windows, scans, that you might like to make as part of your layout. So you didn't have to know how this was made in the first place. You just like the concept. Okay. So now, at this point, if you had a blank screen, just had a toolbar, or if you have your own layout, maybe you've created a little layout of your own, but now you can, from the toolbar, click on File, Load from Cloud, and then if I had saved it, I would have seen it right at the top, and you just find it, Momo, and load it. So you do that one at a time. So you didn't have to know how this was created in the first place. You can just go into each channel, extract windows that you think you might like to have part of your layout, and bring them back. And then, once you've got your layout, just File, Save or Share to Cloud. Give it a name, my first layout, whatever you want to call it, and save it. So that's how easy it is, really, without knowing how to create any scans at all, to have your own layout up and running. So we do have a swing ideas channel, Soho, okay? You might want to look at that. It's called Swing Ideas, I believe. Swing Ideas, okay? So there is something you might want to look at. to get some swing ideas, as it is named. Okay. All right, so that is, that's sort of a synopsis of what Trade Ideas is all about and how you can create your own scans, or you can have my scans, or go to the channel bar and extract scans from there. Now, let me talk a little bit about the AI. If you have our premium service, or you're part of this test drive, which wraps up on Friday, this is how I would watch the AI, okay? We have a couple good ones, short of EPIX, 827, 770 now. It's almost 7%. Okay, this other one is 3.6%. But this is what I would do. I would not complicate the issue. Just click on New, click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you'll see. Okay, never mind these two up here. This is the window that you'll see, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. No alerts happen until at least 9:35. You notice the first alert was at 9:40. Okay, so I use it like a watch list. If I'm going to pay attention to it, if I can, depending on the day, I would have loved to have seen this one earlier, EPIX. Okay, I happen to like the ones that are under $20. How you trade it will be up to you. But obviously, right now, these two, especially the EPIX, which was ringing at me all day yesterday, was awesome. And it still looks pretty good as a short. No, when I say still looks pretty short, I mean at the alert of 827, I mean it's it's 7% now. So that's how I wouldn't worry. I mean, because we get the question now, what's Holly Neal, what's Holly Grail, what's Holly 2.0? I know I say it every day. We're getting rid of that. Okay, there's just going to be one Holly, so don't worry about that. Now, the next thing is this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account and an E-Trade account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your account. I will put this video in, or a link to the video. So there are two videos. First, the shorter video shows you how you can connect. See, notice, and only available if you're using the downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. So you just connect to your Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, then you can actually use this window to trade. And the second video goes into a lot more detail, and that's why I'm saying Michael will be in the YouTube room at noon, and he can really, he uses this way more than I do. So you can ask him all sorts of questions about Brokerage Plus, okay? So save them. Now, the other reason to use this is as a simulator, paper trader, okay? If you're new to trading, please practice trading before you start trading using your real money. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Yeah, I got to say, this me is reacting well to this upgrade. So I'm just going to show you how you can do something here. What's the spread like? It's not terrible. I'm going to buy, in the simulator, 500 shares. Okay, so it took the trade at 8:43. I'm going to put a stop at 8:23. Just going to, talk a little bit about money management. You notice the stop appears right on the chart. So it says minus 97. So if I allow this to get down to 8:23, I'll be taken out for a $97 loss. Why is that $97? How did that appear? Well, okay, so if you're new to trading, the concept that I use and most people use is you have to have a price you're getting out of the trade if it works against you. In other words, a stop. Where are you going to get out of this trade if it works against you? You can't just hope and pray that everything you get into is going to work. So if you're new to trading, that is the, almost should be your number one focus. Okay, I get the idea. Not every trade is going to work. Where am I going to put that stop though? How do I know where to put a stop? That is where the practice comes into play. I put a 20-cent stop away just to make all this math easy. Okay. In reality, I could probably put a stop down here on 817. I'm pretty visual. I look at a chart and I look to see where I think there is a support level where a lot of activity has been. Okay, a support level. So if it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. That's how I do it. So I put that 20 cents away, again, just to make this math easy, because, okay, if you get the idea that, all right, I got to have a stop, I get it. But now the next concept is, okay, if I do lose on this trade, how much money am I actually willing to lose on the trade? So if you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So in this particular case, in this simulator, I said, okay, I'll risk $100 on the trade. So, and that is what share size me, because to share size yourself, basically take your entry minus your stop. In this case, is 20 cents. If I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, then I would divide 20 cents into $100, and that got me 500 shares. Okay, so share sizing. You don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll just take 100 shares, 200 shares, 300 shares every trade. In my opinion anyway, it should be based on how much you're willing to risk on the trade. How much are you willing to actually lose if it doesn't work? And try to keep that amount the same. You don't want to risk 100 the first trade, 200 the second. You lose both, you're down 300, so I'm going to risk 400 the third trade, in order to make it all back and then be up 100. Again, this is how I trade. So very important, so you can practice trading. All out of the TME, obviously, guys, it looks like it's having a nice bounce now. TME is having a nice bounce. So I'm all out of everything. Now, these are hotkeys. Flatten gets you out of the trade. Half gets you out of half, and double will double your position. You can, if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, at any point today, then this will carry forward. So I can practice swing trading in here also. Okay, give me a moment, please. Okay. Yeah, some of these aggressive price targets, I mean, they're well worth watching. Do they all work like this? No. But the ME, I mean, we had that, and I think it is 13, not 31, but regardless, it's high. Nothing in my option scanner other than that SESN early, but I didn't like it. Well, this one is weakening, SUNL, weak, another, wow, look at this theme, guys. I mean, from last week on, look at the theme here. Some of these small ones, and they are just making, well, they're lifetime lows. So many of these little companies You know, I don't know if this is truly an IPO back here. But just making lifetime lows. Release earnings and boom, lifetime lows. SUNL. Yeah, that's the standard line, isn't it? I mean, it's not funny, really. I mean, it's funny. It's but for Alzheimer's, yeah, people wondering, my goodness, I've lost my memory. I can't remember. Well, that's not the issue. It's just like Creel said. If you don't remember what it's for, SUNL guys. And the market is, so we had that little pop, but it's starting to drop again. So there has been no recovery yet today. It's not turned into my favorite day. Not yet, anyway. Wow, SUNL just getting thumped, guys. Yeah, I don't know about I don't know about pouring in. I don't see where you see the volume is pouring in. I'm seeing declining volume on the 5, certainly on the 15. I'm not seeing any pouring in on the SESN. Boy, I'm telling you guys, there's almost a strategy to be made on these small ones, releasing earnings and just making lifetime lows. I mean, it's just devastating for these. Yeah, the VRPX, I mean, it's obviously found a base at 8 to a certain extent. I mean, look at that on the 2-minute chart. All I'd be looking for is volume. You know, again, the volume has been decreasing from 9:45 on the 15. Really, but what you'd love to see is just, okay, people getting back in on some volume. Right now, I mean, there's no volume. All right, guys, ENLV, another one that is being testing this real psychological 10 level. Market is still drifting down on that 15-minute chart. No bounce yet. Yeah, Tesla. Wow. I mean, Tesla was down to what, 5% yesterday, 3% today. Big area for it, guys. I mean, there's that 200-day moving average sitting right on it, just below it. Let's see. Well, it looks like there was a, yeah, but I don't like it. But yeah, you're right. It looks like there was a cross around 153. Same on the very hard to see on the 2-minute chart. But this is a cross down. I mean, it's a cross down, right? So I mean, this is if you're trying to go long. I mean, mixed here. I mean, there's a little cross up on the 2-minute, but there's a cross down on the 5-minute. So this is it's mixed. And look at VRPX, guys. It went right back down. That's why I'm saying you need, in my opinion, anyway, you need volume. I mean, it looked, you know, pretty good. It looked like it was going to pop off there, but look at the volume. The volume is still putrid. I mean, compared to the previous volume bars. So you need some volume. You know, that almost looks like, I mean, that's kind of a fake breakout. You know, from 8 to 842, looked pretty good, but I would need, you know, you'd need a volume bar probably like that. It's not the actual volume, it's just in relation to the previous volume bars that you see. You know, you want something to stand out. That means, you know, traders are getting interested again. You guys, some of you are talking about EJH. Man, what an ugly, I mean, look how beaten up this one is. All right, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. 11:09. I'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back, and SUNL, after that brief little pop-up, is wending its way back down again. Even TME is now starting. I don't have it anymore. I'm all out of the TME. Market is just sort of Yeah, drifting down a little bit here. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. Let's see if there's any positive sector. All right, well, you can see right off the bat, consumer staples, healthcare. It's interesting, you know, because I mean, there's some, so healthcare, so 68%, 68% are up from yesterday's close, 62% for consumer staples, even energy, which was almost 100% down every single day. It almost looks like we're getting a rebound, but materials is down, communications and the telcos are just, or communications technology, really getting thumped today. Consumer discretionary, wow, really getting thumped today. That's really dragging the market down. But you can see, you know, that, so if you were in, like somebody I think was mentioning Kroger earlier as an interesting play. I mean, look at it. It's up 4.5%. Now, the other thing to look at, I mean, there's only one stock that's up, consumer discretionary. Well, two, Domino's and Etsy. Very expensive stocks. But you can scroll down, you can see what the worst ones are. FCX, you know, materials, Freeport. So this kind of, so how to use this, if you were going to get into a stock and you thought, okay, I wonder how its sector is doing, you know, the overall sector is doing. So if you wanted to take a healthcare stock, I mean, your healthcare stock may not be part of one of these, but if you wanted to take a healthcare stock, and you're wondering, I wonder how healthcare overall is doing, you could at least look and say, okay, at least that's a positive sector today, as an example. It doesn't mean that your stock is necessarily going to work, but I mean, at least you're going with the flow. Meanwhile, I mean, VRPX is come back, but I don't think it's on volume. I might be wrong, but I don't think it's on volume. No, I mean, look, I mean, just look at a 2-minute chart. I mean, look at the volume bars. Do you see anything that's standing out? Now, listen, it could keep going, and it, you know, right now it looks like it wants to, but you know, unless you got a big volume burst, what is going to sustain this move? Well, I mean, listen, I could be completely wrong on this one needing volume, but the RPX is moving. Yeah, double espresso, not that I'm aware of. I mean, we have a days to cover. I've never used it, to be honest, but you know, we have a days to cover. You can click on the days to cover, click on the help, and it'll explain what it means. Okay. All right, well, we are starting to get some volume here on the two. I mean, it's still not outstanding, but hey, listen, it's moving. I mean, doesn't all have to. But now you see you're getting some volume. Now they're getting some enthusiasm. And look, here's that 5 minute. Yes, I'm on mute. Yes, 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 I'm on mute. Sorry. I was just talking about the volume now. It is starting to now come in on the 2 minute chart. On the 5, there's a volume bar there. Little bit of one here. I guess I was hoping I would see it more right here. But don't be surprised if this takes out 10 later on, that it just keeps ripping. I'm not saying it's going to take out 10 later on, but if it does, only one from the option volume, guys. I mean, this is just the one. This is how well slow it is in terms of, you know, there are some earnings plays, but some of these companies, they don't trade options at all, so you're not seeing anything. So there's the me in action, guys. Remember I was showing you. Now, at some point, you can always take profit if you want. You know, you can get out of half your trade. Well, let's just do that. I'll take out half the trade. Now I'm down to 250 shares. Now, a couple of columns to watch: today's profit, max P&L, and the distance from the exit price. Okay, So if you don't have these columns, I would recommend you add these columns to your Brokers Plus window for the for real trading also, but in the simulator. This gives you an idea about how good are your exits. Okay, if I exit right now, I'm going to flatten out the rest of my trade. Okay, so at one point, I could have been up $162. Okay, so when I exited, I'm up 107. Not terrible. But what you would never want to see is, say I was up 162 and allow that to turn into a loss or, a $10 gain or something like that. So this will give you an idea about how good are your exits. The other thing is the distance from the exit price. So on average now, because I remember I exited a couple of times, right now I'm a penny below. What you'd love to see is a big negative number, because that would mean that, okay, I got out, and where the price is now, it's way below where I got out, which is, of course, always what you want to see when you get out of a trade, assuming you went long the trade. So these three columns can give you an idea about how good are your exits. Now, remember this one, high flying in the after hours yesterday, LMFA. Now it's down through the 200, well, it's way down below the 200-day moving average. Had some news after hours. Look at this, got all the way up to 6 something. Kind of held in the pre-market. It was 580. Market opens, just complete sell-off. Earnings play. I'm sorry, when I said news, so it was an earnings play, but just a complete sell-off. Again, guys, bounce plays. I don't know. I mean, look at the market. 45 minutes now, almost 45 minutes down. Bounce plays will work a lot better, of course, if you get the market at least not moving against you, even if it was just neutral. It doesn't have to be moving higher necessarily, though bounce plays will work a lot better if the market is on your side, moving. But, and I'm also looking at, some of these, trying to play a bounce on something that has had earnings, it's very different in my opinion anyway. It had earnings, and so obviously the reaction is not good. Playing a bounce on a stock that is just down because the market's down is in my opinion different, if that makes sense. Okay, this is modestly good. The Codex came in at 1160, got up to what, 1183. This one I don't think moved. DNMR 1535. We had the alert for my watch list. Yeah, it didn't move really. Higher anyway. Maybe a couple of pennies and that's it. Another earnings play. DNMR. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm just following internal discussions. ARPO, let's take a look at ARPO from Real ARPO, ARPO. Nah. Was it ARPO? I think this one retraced SOFI. Remember, I saw this one earlier in the day, popped way up here, 1473, and now it's starting to drift down. SOFI had earnings on the 12th, bad reaction, continued yesterday, bit of a continuation today. All right, so for the ME, I'm looking at the 2-minute chart. I'm seeing the 20 SMA is rising a bit. The 80 MA is trying to move down a little bit here. Maybe a cross will form around 858 if it happens. Okay, so that actually popped up. Well, yeah, I mean, I look for setups. Yes, I mean, I'm not. When you say a strategy, nothing you see here is a strategy. Okay, in other words, it has not been. Not back. I don't back test anything. I want the ideas, and then I'll click on the alert, check to see, well, the pattern it's coming from. Check to see the daily, weekly, and monthly to see if there's room. When I say room, where's the next high looking left, on any of these time frames, and then I make up my mind if I want to trade it or not. So these are not strategies as such, they're ideas. Semantics for sure, but everything I see, virtually everything I see is making a new high or a new low for the day. That's not everybody's cup of tea. Some people want to play pullbacks, and that's fine. You do hear a dog. How can you not be happy when a dog comes at you like that? The dog's name is Chloe. And here she is. Miniature poodle. All right, guys. So ME, I mean, that was a brief drop, but let's see. I mean, later on, I mean, if this does cross, that'll be a nice drop if it ever does cross. I keep hearing view over and over and over again. So guys, this is kind of what I'm doing also. I have my gap up and my gap down, and I use these in the pre-market, and I put a filter on so that I don't get alerts once the market opens. But I've been I made a change, and I've been watching these, the gap down and gap ups, once the market is opening, and it's giving me some really good looks. And it's almost to the point where I don't, I mean, it's giving me like a lot of the basic new highs are in here, and my momentum scanner is showing these. Almost to the point I could just use these two and get rid of the other ones. Almost. So, I mean, if you have my gap up and gap downs, and this is what I'm talking about. Well, let me show you. I'll just bring back my... So here's my pre-market scan layout. So you'll notice that here are this is what I was using, or I am using, and if I click on configure, and then I look at so basically it stops working once the market opens. This is the time of day. If I put 0 in the max, that means it will stop working once the market opens. And that was okay. I mean, I didn't mind that, checking just in the pre-market for all this. But I don't know, maybe towards the end of last week, I decided, well, what would happen if I just kept this, the gap up and gap downs working as the market opens? And just to try to consolidate some of the scans, so I'm not having so many scans open. And I'm finding that, it may be instead of, I mean, I'll probably always have this, but I might dump my momentum ones. I mean, that's up to you. All you have to do is take, oops, just a second here. Yeah, all you have to do is take the gap up and gap downs that I'm sharing and just remove that time constraint. Oh, guys, VRPX, wow. I mean, I tell you, it takes out that 10. Got to be careful though. 2 million in the float, right? 2 million in the float. So you got to be awfully careful. Yeah, 883. Yeah, there it is. There's the VWAP, 883. So right about here. Now, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade if it goes over 10. I'm just saying, it gets over 10. That's a psychological number. What did it get to? It got up to 1008. You can stick an alert, just up in that area. Just those of you with shorts available, look at FLGC, another leg down. Another leg down. Oh, SUNL, another leg down. Tell you guys, seeing some of these small ones that release earnings that are making lifetime lows. I mean, it's devastating for anybody who was hanging on in hopes that earnings might get a rebound. Yeah, so you're going to hear a little bit of noise outside my window. It is Tuesday, yes. Leaf blowing day, lawn mowing day. So if it gets too disruptive, just let me know and I'll put myself on mute. Okay, guys, I mean, I don't know. Holy smokes. And you know who. Oh man, guys. What I don't know what to say. I mean, you know, Real had it pegged earlier. I just kept saying, watch that 10 break. I mean, oh man, it's so psychological. I mean, there's no. I mean, it's a lifetime high, so there's no resistance. I have no idea where it's going, but there's no resistance, obviously, in terms of chart resistance. Ah, I missed it. There. Okay, there's the cross at 10:58. Well, that's okay. I mean, too wrapped up in the VRPX, you really have to be attentive with that float. Well, guys, it's 11:43. So, as promised, I will put my link or the link in to get to YouTube. You want to head over there at noon when I take my break. Michael Noss will be there, and you want to ask him questions about Brokerage Plus. He gets into a little bit of auto trading, not the AI necessarily, but just in general. Not to be outdone, the other part of the menagerie. Crying for some food here, guys. So, so just give me a moment. All right. You know what? I just want to make sure it is Michael today. He's supposed to be on Tuesdays. I just want to make sure. there's that cross anyway. There is, remember saying, I mean, there's the cross, 862, probably would have seen it here, or an 850 for ME. I'm too late, well, in my opinion, I'm too late now. I mean, it could still move down, but I don't want to chase it down. Let's give one more whoosh over 11 for VRPX. Maybe not, guys. Be really careful, right? VRPX. Here's another one I'll bet is at an all-time low. Love the Spark Network, okay? Probably an all-time low, not quite. Another earnings play. Oh man, 11 cents to 11. Boom! 10.99. Oh man, look at that. I mean, it actually popped right up to about 11.30 or so, 11.28. Oh, anything could happen, Layla. But right now, it's on a mission. I mean, it's an all-time high, so there's nothing stopping it as far as chart resistance. The only thing that's going to stop it is, you know, eventually, I mean, at some point, there's going to be a huge amount of profit taking. It looked like there was a lot right there. Not a huge amount, though. Like, not any, you know, a huge amount would have been, you know, all the way back down to maybe 5. You know, nice little base here. As Reel pointed out, there was the VWAP. You know, I like the 10 break. Boom. I mean, but because of that float, yes, you've got to be so careful. And of course, this is your definition of an alpha stock. I mean, look what the market's doing. This stock does not care. Thing is, it's not charitable for me at Interactive Brokers. Be interesting to know other brokers. In other words, then, there's no downward pressure. I mean, again, I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. There's no downward pressure for people piling in and shorting this. I just don't know what other brokers have, though. No one had shorts. No one, I tells you, no one. So even if Zach had no shorts, so that tells you something, guys. I mean, so there's no downward pressure from people shorting this. Well, does anyone? I'm sure people will. But well, okay, you're asking about the shorting. Okay, so in order to be able to short a stock, your broker has to have shorts available. Okay, I know that sounds a little crazy. Obviously, you want to buy a stock. There's never an issue. Okay, you just go in and buy it. But shorting is a little bit of a different animal. Your broker has to have shorts available, and it's easy enough. Well, at Interactive Brokers anyway, it's easy enough to check. You know, right there, it's saying, you know, right now it's telling me there are no shorts available right now. Okay. So that's really in a nutshell what it's all about. If your broker does not have shorts available, you can't short the stock. And you'll hear me say, well, I don't have shorts available, Interactive Brokers, but somebody might pipe up and say, oh, Fidelity does have shorts. It really depends on the broker. Some brokers have reputations, which Interactive Brokers has a reputation for having, you know, a lot of shorts available in different, you know, for stocks with other brokers there may not be shorts available. In this particular case, though, for whatever reason, even something like Centerpoint, which Zach uses, which always has shorts, there are no shorts available. I don't know, Golden Gate. You know what? There's a good question for Michael. I don't pay attention to those numbers at all. Okay, so that's a good question for Michael, though. So you can head over to the YouTube room and ask him that question. I don't like the way we account for those percentages. I mean, right off the top. I mean, I think we've got to change this. It doesn't make sense to me. So yes, I work for the company, but doesn't mean I have to agree with everything, you know, the way it's laid out. Well, it's just adding them up. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. But you can ask Michael. Michael is way more involved in the AI than I am, so just ask him in about 7 minutes when I take my break. You know what? I had no idea. I had no idea that SUNL was an AI alert. I was alerted somewhere else. I had no idea. You know, I love it. Another one, HQY, health equity. I mean, just another gap down. HQY, outside of the price range that I like. If you go to the education section, okay, there is a video on the odds maker, James. Just go to the education section in my homepage. Go down to the education section right here. And so I'll back this up. So click on the education section. And then down here, and you can also hear educational videos. There is one, I believe, on the AI, or sorry, on the odds maker. We'll call it the backtester now, but right here, tutorial, okay? You can also head over to YouTube when I'm on my break. Michael backtests. Well, I don't backtest at all, so he uses the backtester a lot. So head over there. Okay. Social mentions are no longer. We used to have. We used to have something with stock twits, but we don't have it anymore. Okay. Okay. Well, you can ask him. Okay. Go ahead and ask him. He backtests all the time, James. Okay. So make sure you head over there. I'm going to be on my break in about 3 or 4 minutes. I'm just waiting for him to show up. So definitely head over there and you can ask him questions about that. Okay. I don't have time to I don't have time to backtest anymore. Okay, I used to a long time ago. I just don't have the time. It's a tedious operation. So may as well wait for the expert. And I think he's there. I bet you he's there right now. I bet you he's streaming. Yes. Okay, Michael, I've set you up, my friend. So guys, I'm going to be on my break now. I'm going to stop the streaming in YouTube.
All right, everyone, let's test the mic here while I hide all the goodies. Stuff you guys aren't allowed to see. So that worked good. And then just let me go here. And that's working as well. Yeah, Kev, I just had some stuff I'm working on that you guys aren't allowed to see, so I just need to make sure everything was all hidden. All right, guys, so welcome to the Q&A live stream. As always, I'll start with my little rant about what this is for the 70 of you that are here. Some of you may have, you may be new to this, but basically we just give Barry some time off and we open the stream up to Q&A chat when it comes to learning trade ideas or, you know, just general trading principles. It's something really cool that I think Trade Ideas does that not a lot of people do, where we just pop on every day with a different trader who has a different use case for trading and a different use case for trade ideas. And they answer questions, but at the same time, you know, if there's no questions, we just kind of shoot the shit and wait for, just chat about whatever while we kind of wait for questions to come in. So you get, you know, one-on-one basically with a trader for an extended period of time before Barry comes back and then opens up again, and just another awesome thing that we have, the live trading room. So I'm just going to keep half an eye on this HBI here. I just entered a day trade long off the lows here. So just going to keep that as something I've got my eyes on. But what's this? Are you pumping stuff? Yeah, don't trade this, guys. This thing's insanely low volume. Absolute downtrend. Let's try not to pump. So someone was asking what social media mentions. Is there any talk of bringing that type of scam back? Yeah, we're looking at different data sources. Basically, right, there was some differences with stock twits, and really what we were getting was just number of mentions and not any sort of actual sentiment. It was just, right, how many times is this normally talked about versus how many times is this talked about today, right? To try to get is it better or worse than today kind of thing, right? So so what we're looking at now is we're looking at actual data sources that have something besides just the number of. We're looking for stuff that will have some sort of sentiment in. Like when we created that indicator, Trade Ideas was so young and the technology was so young that number of mentions was actually kind of something that was really interesting. But now that, technology and everything has matured quite a bit when it comes to this, we have, there's AIs that read Twitter and, try to guess whether a tweet is, something that's good or bad or positive or negative sentiment. So basically, we're just trying to go deeper when it comes to sentiment trading, right? And trying to get, something that kind of makes sense from a little bit more cooler data, right? But, we got to make sure that the company's been around for a while and is going to continue to be around, because if we spend all the time integrating with them and then things don't work, and right, there's a whole bunch to it, right? But I'm pumped for that, right? Anybody who knows me or follows my YouTube channel or anything like that, that I'm a CMT. So I, obviously big on the technical side of things, but also I'm just a quant, I guess you could call it. So I do a lot of stuff when it comes to making sure everything I do has sense statistically. So more data sources, more better as far as I'm concerned. So when it comes to data, right, I think they stopped asking me, do I want X? Because they know the answer will just be yes. I want all of the data sources. So relatively slowish one today. Let's go over. I need to keep an eye on this HBI, but let's look at the SPY here. Gap down, obviously not good, but really not a lot of movement since then, and we're not even down 1%. So far, just a little downtick and an incredibly bullish overall market trend. It'll be interesting to see, right? 440, I think we have a level here. The level I'm really going to watch, and it would be healthy for us to pull back, would be, call it 437.50, 438, somewhere in this area. You can see that was the high, and then we pulled back off it, and then we broke up through, and then we've been using this as support for a while. So a pullback to retest this, I think, would be bullish. And then, if we break through, obviously not so much, but, things can't go up in a straight line. Yeah, man. That VRPX is a wild one. And here I am just trading HBI. I'm just a different trader than most, right? Just give me a... Yeah, so question about high... let's just edit this one. So you're looking for larger than normal volume. So for that, I would just go, right? Always when you're looking for something, just go into the search tab and type. For that, I think your best bet is relative volume, which is just a metric of how much volume has been done at this point today versus at this point in prior days, right? So we're running, if you're running this at noon, it's basically saying, okay, by noon, the stock normally does X volume, and then by today by noon it's done Y volume. So if normally by noon it does 500,000 shares and today it's done 1 million, then that would be a relative volume of 2, right? So that would be what you would put in the middle of there and say, hey, this is doing, up until this point in the day, this is doing double normal daily volume. So that's something that, you might want to check out. And then when it comes for, not moving very much, again, this is all going to be subjective based on, right? You have to quantify all these kind of subjective statements, right? But without real changing in price, again, it's going to be your time frame, but again, just search for the word change. And then these are all of the different changes we have. So, for example, if you wanted to say in the last 2 hours, it hasn't moved very much, you may want to add this filter. And then again, whatever, whatever you define as not changing, right? So is that less than 5%, less than 10%, less than 2%, less than 1%, whatever, right? So that's how I would look at that. I would look at the change in filter, again, based off whatever time frame you're interested in, and then a relative volume filter, because I think that's the most accurate one that describes price at the point in time. Is there any way to add a note to the single stock window? Nope. No. Well, again, and that's easy to write. You can just look to see. There's nothing there for that. So for me, I like to use, I'm a bit old school. I use not paper notes, but I've got an iPad with a pencil thing, and then I just write them down there. But yeah, no way to add notes to that particular window. You can add them to price alerts or something like that. Is that open? No, you can't. Well, and again, I know I've sent you the custom video already, right? So if it's in the custom documentation, you can do it, and if not, you can't. So there's no note section for the customs in the docs that I sent. But I'm going to send that off just for anyone who's listening to this later and wants to see. We have a nice video that explains what you can and cannot do with the note section or with the custom section. So I walk through all of that in that video. I'm just going to put that there again for people who, I know I've sent that to you before, but just for other. And then that shows you where all the documentation for the customs is. So with that one YouTube video, you'll be able to see, okay, what can we do? What can't we do? What's listed in the custom section. Some cool stuff, but right, just note it's modifying currently existing filters and not building, new filters or anything like that. MXIM, MXIM. VPRX is open. Oh yeah, there she goes. Again, always be careful with these. Don't let FOMO get you on these ones, guys. Right? If you're in, great. If you want to trade it, it's fine. Just make sure you have a plan. You understand that this thing could halt at a moment's notice. And then remember CE, remember this guy, right? Halted at $6, open back down at 80 cents. So, right, just be careful. Right, always just know it's a possibility and size accordingly, right? I always think you can trade whatever you want as long as you understand the risks involved and you're sizing accordingly. We haven't talked about the odds maker. What's your question? What is it that you're struggling with? I'll see if I can help you out. Let me grab this. Make sure that you've watched the university series. They go over, if you're looking for just kind of a detailed breakdown, I would just save that for later. Number 401, they go over the odds maker. But if you got any questions, just fire them away and I'll see what I can do to give you a hand. I use it a lot. I heard Barry talk a little bit before I got here, and he's right. It's a tedious process, right? You've got to have your idea, you've got to plan and kind of go through there. So yeah, just let me know whatever question you had, wherever you're having problems with the odds maker, and I'll see if I can give you a hand there. It's again, it's a bit of a complicated tool, but I'm sure we can get you all figured out. HBI is pulling back a bit. I won't lose on the trade now. So actually, I'm going to put the stop order. This is a paper account right here, but I always use this when I'm going live just so I don't have to keep an eye on my live account as well. I can pay more attention to you. Well, how does that line up to the actual exit? Blue, just checking. I haven't looked at that one. Holly got in OSCR. Yeah, that's right. right? So just compare what it did for you to what it did for everyone else, right? So you can see the conservative is 0, and you can see the exit point right there on the chart. So that's working as intended. So I don't know, maybe I'm missing something, but I don't see any problem there, right? And that's the job of the auto trader that's no fun, is making sure that, right, you have to go in every day and you got to make sure what was the AI's entry or whatever auto trading strategy you're using, and then what was your entry, and then what was your exit, and why, and what were the differences and all that. Yeah, it was a break-even trade. Right? It says clear as bills here. Right? You can see even the shaded part on the chart. It's kind of hard to see. Let me actually make that white for you. Right? We show on the chart here. So don't WTF me. Right? So you can see it stops right at break even. So yeah, that's working. It went way profitable, then never took profits. Why not exiting way earlier? Why didn't you exit way earlier? Right? If you're trading in conservative mode and just leaving it, that's what conservative mode did. If you want to get a better exit, I would just suggest you get a better exit. Right? If you knew the future that it wasn't going to go down any further, then you should have exited, man. What was your problem? Right? It's the same. It's a strategy, right? It's not going to ding you on every trade. It's not going to, it's not going to do amazing on every single position. It's not going to make money every day. This one, it moved down a bit and then it stopped to break even. Right. So what Holly is doing without your help for conservative is it took the trade here, moved the stop to break even. The stock came back up, moved break even. So she didn't know the future, but if you knew the future and you wanted to exit way earlier, then you should have exited way earlier. Right? Holly doesn't know any more of the future than you do. So again, just look at, and then again, this is the job of the trader, right? It shows you right here where the entry was and where the exit was and what the P&L was, and then you have to compare that to yours. But yeah, that worked exactly as intended. So the good part of that is you got nothing set up wrong. The bad part of that is I think you're thinking that it knows the future. Well, it works however you set it to work. So you set this to trade conservative without any interaction, and you just want to sit back and put your hands over your head and have it trade for you. Well, that's the way the AI decided to trade it. Right? It had a 30-cent down move, and it said, okay, well, if it has this 30-cent down move, I'm not going to take any risk on it. I'm going to move my stop to break even, and it moved its stop to break even. That was the trade. Just one of those things, not magic, right? Nothing in trading's magic, right? Okay, well, how would you have done that better, Blue? Where would you have exited, and what tool would you have used? Right? Again, not using hindsight. You have to know this in real time. So you can't go look for an exit now. In real time, how would you have gotten a better price? And then if so, why are you trading the AI and not just doing it yourself? Right? Because if the AI is up good today, so if you're doing better, then do better. That's all I have to say, right? It's a tool like anything else. Yeah, but if you're saying that it did a bad job of exiting, that means you would have done a way better job of exiting. So I'm just wondering, because again, we can always teach the AI things. If there was an obvious tool to say, hey, that was going to be the low of the day, and you have to know that obviously in real time, not in hindsight, then maybe that's something we have her look at. Otherwise, I think that was done beautifully, right? It was up a little bit on the trade, and it said, hey, I'm going I'm going to lower my stop to my entry point and hopefully it continues down. And if it does, I'll make a bunch of money. And if not, stopped out, break even. I think that's a great way to manage a trade. That's how I would have managed it. Maybe sold some down here, but we don't have the AI trading in parts. So again, if you got any ideas on how you would have smashed that one better, just let us know. I'm interested in setting up a strategy with the exit 5-minute MACD crossover. Yeah, well, you can go into, so it's important to note that you can't trade this when it goes into it. While I get this set up, yeah, Steve, you can, well, you can't set it up, do that automatically, but you can just add your own trailing stop at any time. You can go through and, so if you're looking for a more sophisticated exit criteria there, James, just when you go into the advanced tab, you can go through and click this exit strategy. So first you have to configure it, right? So I would configure it, and you're saying you're looking for a MACD cross. All right, so you would pick whichever one of these. I don't see a lot of value in MACD. I haven't studied it too much. Just what I have to for the CMT, right? But, you know, say you wanted this one below the signal line. You can just add that as an alert and click on that. And then now when you see that this is selected, this advanced exit strategy. So what it will do now is it's kind of like a whichever happens first. So say you have a timed exit, a stop loss, and a profit target all in the system, and then you also have this exit strategy. It's basically a whatever happens first, right? So, you know, does the stop get hit? Does the target get hit? Does the time stop get hit? Or does this exit strategy trigger? So the best way to think about this, and then you can go play with it, is you're basically building an alert window that is going to watch the trades that you're in. And this is a good way to kind of make sure that you're doing this. You're doing this in a way that makes sense. Is that you can't do this in Brokerage Plus, but you can do the other one. Great, Blue. So if that's the way you want to trade it, you can go right ahead. But again, we just have the AI doesn't, I would have used the blue. So, right. So this is a very important, I'm not trying to harp on you, but this is a very important point. You would have used this moving average that you said was blue, but you didn't know what the moving average was. So you don't know how to apply it, right? It has to be applied not just to this strategy, but every single trade that exists, right? Because again, you can't do it in hindsight. You have to do it in real time, right? That's why they call it the hard right edge of trading. Like you have to watch it in real time and say, I would have exited there. And then watch it, what it would have done after that. So if you would have added an 8, and again, it has to do it, you have to do it for every single trading strategy, not just one, obviously, right? Because if you just try to cherry pick, then you're, so, okay, let's put in an 8 and let's see how that would have done. Not just with this one, right? We've got to test it with all of them to think if that's better. So the 8, when it crossed the 8, it was way up here. So you would have saved yourself a couple cents. I don't think that's any better. So here it would have cost you, here it hasn't crossed yet. There it would have cost, there it would have cost you. Yeah, so that's not a good exit. I would be watching each trade, right? That's, again, and that's what we encourage people to do, is watch each trade. But there's no human involved here, right? It's all AI, so it has to be programmed. You would have watched, on a 12-minute. Okay, let's see. 8 MA on a 12-minute chart. That's the ticket. Well, we don't have a 12-minute chart, so we'll do 10. And again, not just for this strategy, but for all of them, right? So let's look at it for all of them. All right, just making sure you're not thinking that you can do some sort of magic here. Okay, so that one would have broke here. That would have been okay. You would have gotten 20 cents more. So we're already talking just 20 cents. And now let's watch it for the rest. Okay, so it would have been bad on that one. Would have been real bad on that one. Yeah, no good on that one. It would have cost you. Yeah, it would have cost you on that one too. So no, this is not a good exit strategy, especially for today anyway. Right? Yeah, it would have cost you on there. Yeah, I'm going through all of them, right? Because again, you're saying that should be the exit criteria, but you can see in all of these cases, it's a bad exit criteria except one. So without a crystal ball, how are we going to know which one? Considering that in one case, it would have saved you 20 cents, and then in 6 cases, it would have cost you a bunch of money. That's not something I would step in and, yeah, see, that would have cost you there. Yeah, so in all cases except that one, it was bad exit criteria. So yeah, I'm not gonna tell her about that, right? Because then, that one trade would have worked again, very slightly better, and then all of the other ones would have worked incredibly worse. So that's not a trade we obviously want to make. We need to find, as a trader, if you're obsessing about one trade, right, that's obviously going to be a bad thing, right? You always got to think. One thing I ask myself, and I say this all the time before I enter any trade, is what would happen if I did this 10,000 times? Because you're hoping that you're going to be trading in the market for more than 10,000 trades, right? Ideally, you're going to be around long enough that you're consistently making money for thousands of trades. So, you don't want to say, well, I would have done this on this one, because if you would have done it on that one, then you would have had to do it on all of them. And as I just showed you there, if you did them on all of them, you would have been down substantially today instead of the AI is up pretty good. So, I'm going to take the up that the AI is doing and say I want her to do more up and less, trying to get hit down, right? So, right. So I'm just going to take the way she's doing and saying that that's way better than that exit strategy. Right. And it's a confirmation bias that you need to, you always need to battle as a trader. And it's a hard one to say, oh, well, I would have killed this one. But then, okay, what about all the other ones that you wouldn't have? It's like the whole thing. If you're looking for red cars, you would only see red cars. If you're looking for green cars, you only see green cars. That confirmation bias is just a monster. Monster in trading. It's a monster in everything. But in trading, it's especially dangerous. So that's why I went through and I did them all, just to say, all right, this is where it would have worked well, and this is where it would have worked worse. And to see on net, and then even that would only have been 1 day's worth of data, right? So I would have gone back to the last, couple months and see how does that work as an exit strategy on average. So for at least this 1 day, we know it's not a good overall exit strategy, just a good one for that one trade. And that's just an important statistical note when you're talking trading, right? Is you have to be like, I know a lot of traders that try back testing and then end up, fooling themselves more than anything, because they're trying to, they're trying to go through and say, hey, these are all I would have done all this great. Yeah, David says, always better to work after the fact. Doing it live is another story. Being sustainable, that's 100% right. And that's why it's very important that if you're doing any sort of like visual back testing or any sort of testing it all, that you're really, really, really honest with yourself. Yeah, I don't know why we're getting hung up on a break-even trade. Again, I think that was masterfully pulled off, right? Took the trade started to work out, moved the stop to break even, like most traders. And then that one was out flat, right? And it's like today of all days, like there's nothing to complain about today, right? You're up on 3 positions, you're flat on 3 positions, and you're only down on 1. So, right, that's amazing. Especially in a down tape like this, for sure. But, the reason I say it's important to go through and test these exit strategies, because I agree with Blue that I think a human can exit. And this is how I trade the AI, where I trade, and I've mentioned this a few times, I trade Neo, and I deal with the exits, because I think a human can exit better than the AI can, because a human can do things like look at the market, know the news events that are coming up, understand how the sector the stock is doing. There's just a whole range of things that humans can do. It's just important that when you're testing an exit strategy, you don't just say that one I would have used that exit strategy on, because that's hindsight, right? You have to say on all trades, I would use this exit strategy, and then go back and test it. And that's why it's great that you can actually go back and you can right click and do the history, and you can go back 64 days. And it will give you this little arrow. So if you want it to go way back and test different exit criteria, I think that's great. I think that's an excellent use of someone's time, is to say, okay, how could I have done better, right? Oh, how's my HBI doing before I forget? Just a very simple, it's probably going to stop out break even, isn't it? That's not quite break even. This is just a demo account. I don't know why. Let me actually move it in the real account, the one that matters. Yeah, move it to, where did I put it in the real account? I think like 27, 26, 27. Just a simple kind of, looks like it may be at a support area here on the daily chart, and then just a little bit overdone on the intraday chart. I'm very much a trend trader when it comes to swing trading. I'm very much a revision to the mean guy when it comes to intraday, because you're trying to get these scalps for short periods of time. So it helps to go in and grab just that few bucks when we can, from an intraday point of view. But then from a swing point of view, I'm trying to get the meat of the trend if I can possibly get it, which quite often sometimes means that I can be in a trade long in a swing account, and I can try to be shorting that in a day account, or vice versa. Yeah, you're right, Kev. Expectations are key, right? It's one of those, if right, we publish the P&L graphs, and so we're not hiding anything. It shows long periods of time where there's just sideways sideways action for the AI. And that's just going to be how it works sometimes. Sometimes it's on fire and sometimes not. Today's a great one, but they're not always phenomenal like that. Is Trade Ideas the same as Holly? I have different version installed. Yeah, well, Holly is just the AI within Trade Ideas, right? So it's just if you click that Trade Ideas AI right there, you just have an older, little bit of an older version. Is all. I'm playing with some new betas that we have on the go, so I just have some little bit cooler tools. Yeah, that's right, Blue. Yeah, I think that's about right. 3 break even. Yeah, 3 break even, 3 winners, 1 loser. Right? Which again is great. All you need is 1 or 2 a day and you're laughing. I'm always one that totes that win rate. It's like worrying about win rate is the same as the guy who talks about how much he can curl at the gym. It's like that's not super the focus, right? It's overall P&L. It's EJR from TI Strength. It's good that never entered. TDC I'm actually watching. If it can get above 55, this is my favorite from the strength alerts this week. It's got to just get and close above 55 for me, and then I'm going to take some. I'm setting up an account now to trade just these instruments to try to get some content around them. They're putting out some good ones. Again, you need your human eye. You need to understand how to trade and things like that. And what are we doing here on the SPY? Are we still just down? Yeah, down 1% today. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, can the AI do AI trades in simulators? Yeah, as long as you've got a premium account and all that. Let me give you, here's our Brokerage Plus video that will walk you through step by step, but right, all you have to do, I can show you a little bit here. Let me open up. Yeah. So ignore this. This is just a sim account. But yeah, so all you do is you go and so that will be like this when you open up Brokerage Plus. Just right click, connect to the sim, and then go into your Holly tab every morning. You can just right click and edit your long or short trading instructions. How do you want to trade it? Like what account do you want it to go into? You have to be connected to select the account first, but which mode do you want to trade it in, right? Do you want to do a based off stop loss for risk, or do you want to do like a number of dollars or a number of shares? That's entirely up to you as well. And then just how you'd like to enter. If you're just testing, market would probably be fine. And then, yeah, so every day you just got to go in, you got to highlight them all, and then just right click when they're all highlighted and click enable long. You'll see that these guys over on the side here turn from off to on. Let me do that again. Let me disable. See how they're all off right now? If I right click and I click enable, you see how they're all turned on. So as long as they're on, you're good to go. Can you check shorts availability if you have just an interactive brokers account? Do you need active data as well? I don't know. You'd have to ask IB for that. I don't have an account with no data on to test for you, so I'm sorry. It's, the data is free if you trade for a bit, or $10 a month if you don't trade very much. So in both cases, I would suggest just getting the data. And note that Brokerage Plus will not work in any respects if you don't have an active data connection. You may slide in a couple trades there, but it's not going to end well. Which is why in the training we kind of harp on get data, get data, get data. It's just super important. But yeah, I would test for you if I had a way to look at that, but I apologize, I do not. So the first thing I do is I go through and just make sure I have data in all the accounts, just to make sure I'm not I'm not getting funny quotes or bad quotes or anything like that. MMSI just popped up on one of my swing scans. If you want to take a look at MMSI, for you swing guys, again, not investment advice, I'm just some dude on the internet. The reason I have it on this list is, we have prior resistance here. It looks like it might be coming support there. So, I think you just got a low risk place to take a shot is my plan. Yeah, I don't know. Some brokers have short availability on their website. Again, I've never checked. If you just want to throw in the symbols, I can check to see if IB's got them, because I have an IB account. Yeah, so Holy Grail is kind of the old, the one we've had the longest, and that's kind of left alone. It's not really touched with. 2.0, Holly 2.0 has a lot more when it comes to newer strategies. That's where I kind of test new ideas and new strategies and things like that. Neo is different in the fact that it has only 4 strategies on it, and those 4 strategies always exist. And Neo basically looks for stocks that are doing 10 times their normal volume. So where the other 2 AIs have a whole bunch of strategies and they're back testing them and they're trying to present you the strategies that are working the best and all of that, Neo doesn't have any of that. It's just these strategies. It's optimizing them every night, but it's just going through that one as well. You want me to look at SoFi? Let me look at SoFi. You're looking to short SoFi. SOFI. Just bringing up my IB account here. It says shortable. It says 22 million shares to short for SoFi. So looks like you can have your fill unless you're trying to short more than 22 million shares. I think you're fine. If you are trying to short 22 million shares, be very careful. But yeah, that's the basic idea. We're going to be combining them soon into one, just because, it just saves people's confusion, right? Try to have one. The Neo strategies, I think, will remain. They'll all be inside one, but they're still going to be there every day. Because again, the whole concept with Neo is just going after, ignoring win rate, because again, real pro traders don't care about win rate. But going after the ones that are going to be the craziest every day, so doing the highest relative volume, and it's it's going after those crazy ones. And the theory is that even if it doesn't have a great win rate, because they have all of these are doing really high relative volume, they have the ability to run much further. So, even if you're batting a 30 or 40%, because these things are doing so much volume, and they're, with volume always comes news, right? They're the ones that are going to be talked about in the news that day. It's going to make sure it's focusing on those. So that's why I trade that one exclusively, and I manage the exits, because I know it's always going to put me in the right names. And then I can just manage the exits after that. Can you set the AIs to do a single trade? No. And I wouldn't recommend it either, because we haven't tested what only taking the first trade of the day would do. I would just, at that stage, I would just watch the AI and just try to go for whatever you think the best trade is, right? If you can only take one a day because the PDT, or they're one every 3 days or whatever. We don't have that rule up here in Canada, so I'm not exactly sure how it works. But at that point, I think you just have to be really, really sticky to make sure that the day trade that you're going for meets all of your rules and is, just an A+ type setup. Hey, Mike C, how's it going? I think that's such a silly rule that you guys got down there. That pattern day trader rule makes no sense to me. It's land of the free, home of the brave. Let the people do what they want with their money. If you can go to Vegas and put it all on black and see what happens, you should be able to in or out of the market whenever you want. I think there's a lot stupider things you can do with your market or with your money than I think I heard somewhere that Tom Sosnoff was actively battling the pattern day trader rule, and that'd be cool. First, because too many people blew up their accounts during the .com boom era. You would think limiting the amount that someone could trade would increase blowups. Like I do a lot of, chatting with traders on my website and mentoring traders and that kind of thing. And everything I've heard about the pattern day trader rule makes them trade or take, it's almost like there's another layer of, I have to hold this trade until it comes profitable because I only get a certain amount of trades a week. It's like, it just adds that layer of, and, objectively, that doesn't make any sense, right? We know that doesn't make any sense, but it's just one of those mind tricks that people have to battle on top of all the other mind tricks and go from there. $2S has the ability to see if something is easy to borrow, hard to borrow. Yeah, same. Well, they were using IB, so that's why I just looked up an IB, because they're going to have different. Each broker has different borrows. As we're finding out, as we're building out the E-Trade API and testing the E-Trade API, Jamie's doing a lot of that work. And every now and then he's just like, hey, do you guys have shorts for this? And usually IB has something and E-Trade has nothing for a lot of these. So different brokers have different borrowing pools that they can get into. And some brokers actually specifically focus on being able to borrow stock. That's like their thing. That's like their selling feature is, hey, we have, we go out there and we get more borrows than anyone else, because there's a huge swath of traders that's what they do, right? They find, what is this VPRX that's going today? VPRX, like they're out there trying to borrow those wherever they can. VRPX. All right, because at that $15, that seemed like a pretty obvious. Again, hindsight trading is no good, but you got a little double top here, and it would be nice to short it. But I bet you if I go into my interactive brokers here, VRPX, I bet you there's nothing. Yeah. Oh, isn't that nice of IB? IB will find them for you just for a 79% fee. That's nice of them. It's highway robbery. I could never trade like that. Shorten these crazy ones, but my site, you can check me out. You can check me out here. I've got a free trading course on this website that I think is really good, but that's where I live. Yeah, we're still trying with Thinkorswim for not just Holly auto trading, right? This is for all auto trading, and same with E-Trade. We have some people that auto trade Holly, but most people I think are like me, where they're putting in the work and doing their own algorithms. So basically, when we're looking to trade these things, we're looking to auto trade both of them. But the issue was with the Interactive Brokers API have just been far-reaching. It's been an uphill battle to try to get something, for the Thinkorswim API. So we're still trying. We hope that maybe they come through with a couple fixes on their end, but just crazy stuff was happening. Like it sent an order, the order filled, so you bought the stock or you shorted the stock or something like that, but it wouldn't send back the confirmation. So we'd have no way to know you were in. Right. It's, and that's obviously problematic, right? You click the button to buy 100 shares of Apple, and you actually, that order goes through your broker and buys the 100 shares of Apple, but they don't send back a yes, you got filled and this was the price. So according to the API and then according to Brokerage Plus, it just showed no, you didn't get filled. And when we were testing it, sometimes, right, you hit the button 2 or 3 times because you didn't think you got filled, and then all of a sudden you go look over at your Thinkorswim and you've got filled 4 or 5 times. So it's just, it's workaround stuff that we need to play with. It's, it's one of those things we are going to do it. But it's how much do we have to build on our end as opposed to on the API end. Yeah, and that was only one of the issues. There was random disconnects. There was, orders that, you couldn't send OCO orders through the API, I think it was. I don't remember all the issues, but there was a laundry list, and it was, and then of course, Trade Ideas being a smaller company, we, knock on the door and politely ask Thinkorswim to help us out and play ball and try to figure out ways around the limitations. And, you just can't get them on the phone. They're just too big. Yeah, E-Trade has random disconnects anyway. Yeah, E-Trade, at least we were able to work around. Like E-Trade as well, I think you couldn't send OCO orders through. But we were able to, at least on that one, we were able to figure out a way around the OCO order thing. But yeah, just with Thinkorswim, it was just too big. It's just too much. Yeah, David, as a Canadian, I would suggest you at least taking a look at Interactive Brokers, because Thinkorswim still for us charges us $1 million a trade, doesn't it? Like I think it was still like $4 a trade, which is one of the reasons I trade with Interactive Brokers. We don't have a lot of this is just Canadian talk, but we don't have a lot of options when it comes to discount brokers. We have like 3 that I would say are worthwhile. Tastyworks on its way, and hopefully that will help out. But basically, because in Canada, payment for order flow is illegal. It's we can't have zero commissions. Yeah, $10 a trade. Yeah, no, that's why I'm with IB, because it's like minimum a buck. But that's the reason. Just again for the Americans that are noticed, we banned and we made illegal payment for order flow because we thought it was predatory for the consumer. So because they can't do payment for order flow, they can't do zero commission. And that's why I don't think a zero commission is ever a zero commission. Where, if it's zero commission, then they're selling your order flow to someone else. It's the only way that they're going to do that, because it's the only way they can make money off that. So you're either paying a commission up front, or you're getting a worse fill because Citadel's scalping a couple cents off you. So for me, I'd rather just pay the fee. But it's like one way or the other. It's like, don't worry, these brokers are not doing it out of the kindness of their hearts. They're making their money off you. How is the percentage calculated in the risk management tab? After a back test, I'm assuming just James. It's just this is going to look horrible, but this is just based off whatever account value. I'm just running something randomly here just to show the other thing. Yeah, so to be honest, I'm fine with not having zero commission brokers, right? I approve of, well, it's not just Canada. It's basically every first world nation except the U.S. has banned payment for order flow, and it's only the U.S. where you're allowed to basically front run clients' trades. Well, if you guys want to rant about why Thinkorswim was great but now is bad, it's not complicated, right? When Tom Sosnoff left and sold Thinkorswim to TD Ameritrade and started his own broker, Tastyworks, he jacked all the devs, right? He took all of them over to Tastyworks and said, I want you to rebuild me a platform from scratch using today's technology. So I think you were talking about right here. So that percentage is just a percentage, right? So, it's whatever percentage off the current price it is. So it's just basic percentage. Wiggle, you can use Wiggle, but I don't recommend it. It's an uncapped number. Therefore, if you click this button, your risk is theoretically unlimited. Sorry. So again, this is just a proprietary algorithm that they put on that kind of says, okay, how much does the stock normally move? And we'll put it on there. But yeah, so Tom Sosnoff sold Thinkorswim to TD Ameritrade and then opened up his own broker. He took the devs from Thinkorswim, and then basically TD Ameritrade made things zero commission. So if it's zero commission, they don't have the money being generated that was before. They're still making money from payment for order flow, but they're not going to dump hundreds of thousands of dollars into that old platform that was built, I think, 15 years ago to update it, because they just don't, A, they don't have the devs that built it, and B, they just aren't generating the money off it that they used to. So it's going to be one of those things that I would imagine it's going to get worse. I don't like Interactive Brokers platform either. Don't get me wrong. I think that's a bad, bloated platform, but that's why I use Trade Ideas for order entry and all that kind of stuff. Because I like Brokerage Plus as an order entry platform. No, so Smart Stop is just, again, another proprietary algorithm that we just try to use math to estimate how much a stock normally wiggles. Like how much is the range going to be? So it's, I can't get into the exact math, but it's ATR derived. So it looks at the average true range of the stock and then says, okay, what percentage of average true range do I think this stock is going to, if you were entered the trade here, that I think you should risk? So the average true range is just how much does the stock normally move in a day, and then it looks at, is this kind of an outside day where it's doing way more than that, or is it a normal day? How is that working? So it's not a trailing stop or anything. It's just a simple little algorithm that says, hey, I think it will move this amount. Just pinging Barry here. I'm sure he's anxious to get back. And he is back. Yeah, no worries, guys. It was great hanging out. As always, 12 to 1 Eastern every day. Someone else comes by here. So come by, say hi, and thanks for stopping by.
Reporting ALF and is basically, well, now. But this is not a recommendation to short, okay? You gotta do what you have to do. But might have been the profit target. Or the loss profit target. The shading is always, I'd have to click on the alert. I don't have an alert for ALF. I can't believe it. Here we go. Here's an alert for ALF. Yeah, so that's the shading. Okay. So if I got into the look at VRPX over 15 now. Oh man. So yeah, so they're saying I click on an alert, 9:49. If I get in at 9:49, they're suggesting the stop would be at 9:11, and the profit target is 10:25. That's all that means. No, it's been around forever. You tell trader that this has been around. That shading for the profit target and stop loss has been around forever. Not forever, a long time. I don't even think. Yeah, you just have to. There is an option to disable it, but in properties, it's show smart risk levels. Well, guys, listen. That cross really did not happen. It was, you know what happened. The ADMA just sort of sat on top of the 20 SMA. It did not cross below it. So, I don't know. I have to wait. I'm going to have to wait still. Now this is having a nice pop. Listen, if this takes out 10, It could be just like the VXRT or the VRPX. I keep wanting to say VXRT. The blue line right here, that blue line is the 20 SMA. The orange line is the 8 EMA. I mean, listen, the reason why this is so interesting to watch, of course, is because if it falls, I mean, it's got a long way it can go. One's the exponential moving average, one's the simple moving average. If you want a detailed explanation, go to Investopedia or something like that, or just do a search on exponential moving average and simple moving average. Well, we haven't seen one like this for a while, guys. The VRPX, we have not seen one like this for a while. One that just keeps, had that little bit of a dip here, and then, pause here, but just higher and higher and higher. 275%. Good grief. And unfortunately, it doesn't trade options. Otherwise, it would have been in the option scanner for sure. In a nutshell, one of them is the exponential is a faster moving average than the simple. But listen, you want to get a really full definition. Just go to Investopedia or just do a search on it. So now I'm just getting, I'm now actually reading about VRPX. I know that as crazy as it sounds. So it's a virus play. Okay, now I'm just reading the FDA response and guidance. Yeah, I mean, look, if ALF, well, first of all, there's a difference. ALF, I have to check to see. I mean, remember now, the other one was an all-time high. This is not, okay? Obviously not even close. The next high looking left is 1035, okay? I think. 1035 is the next high looking left for ALF. And then after that, we've got $11, 1108. So well, I'm using my own Blue Sky. I mean, yeah, I've put together my own scans, which I'm sharing. I mean, typically when you're, I've been a subscriber to Trade Ideas for a long time. Once you get used to using Trade Ideas, I mean, there's nothing wrong with, I suppose, using our channels forever. But ultimately, usually, people want to create their own scans. So that's what I've done, which I'm sharing. Well, you have to go to my homepage and just click on the scan section of my homepage, and you'll see them all there. RVP. This is sort of a virus play, and it's just not. Oh, it's an okay. Earnings, retractable needles. So that's the big one that I made, Greg. I made sure the change from the close was had to be positive. That is the big one that I've made. I mean, you don't have to. I mean, there's nothing. I just decided to do it. But that is the one that's the big change that I made, I suppose, if you want to call it a big change. My homepage is right here. Okay, it's also, here's the tab. My homepage tab is here. So you can save my link, okay? Because there is a lot of information, including not just the scans, but all the education links. A lot of information, so you can just save the link. Look at all this stuff anytime you want. Well, in keeping with the theme, guys, another little one, Hippo. I think this was I'm almost 100%, yeah, this is, well, sort of an IPO. I think this is a SPAC, or this was a SPAC, and this is who they bought, Hippo. Look what's happened since. And this is probably the first time they've released earnings. Well, I posted the link right on top of you. If you can see my screen, I mean, I posted the link, but here is the tab right here. I don't know why people can't see it. I know, I mean, I know it doesn't look like what I can see, what I'm displaying on the screen, but it's called my home page, Barry's home page. But I put the link just above where you just posted. Okay, if you can see my screen, I put the link up here. All right, Alf, again. Now let's see if it is taken out. It looks like that. It looks like this is the first time. I think the cross is a little more imminent. I don't think it has crossed yet. The 8AMA is not. I mean, look how far away it is on the fives. No idea. No idea why Dan is down. It's not an earnings play, so I don't know. I mean, the overall market's down, so probably just being dragged down with the overall market. Really? Now you're using Trade Ideas charts? I don't know how. I mean, there's the 8 EMA, there's the 20 SMA. This is the 5-minute chart. I'm not sure how that can be. The only thing I can think of is make sure. Okay, 20 period. Ah, aha. How did that happen? I wonder if all my Are you kidding me? I've been. Well, that's pretty embarrassing. I don't know how that happened. Let me just do something here. Okay, what the heck am I doing? I'm not looking at institutional ownership at all, Golden Gate Value. I don't care about that. I don't mean you shouldn't or somebody shouldn't, but yeah, I don't look at institutional ownership at all. I got to figure out what's going on with these charts first before I do anything else. Okay. I can't even remove this, so okay. I have to do something here. I haven't looked at this forever. Okay, I've got to start removing. So I've got to remove that, remove this. Okay, I'm just going to remove them. All right. Now I obviously have to do something like this. Yeah, I don't know Golden Gate. I mean, you're asking me to institutional ownership. I have no idea. I don't. I'm more of an intraday trader, so that sort of thing doesn't really affect me too much. Well, I mean, I don't have to. I don't even have to read what the earnings report is. I just look at the chart. That tells me. I don't have to read anything. I mean, the chart is telling me that whatever they've released, it's not good. The markets are reacting very, very well. Obviously, for an RMO, for the well, I'll take RMO as an example because that's not a China stock. So, I can't wait to have this marketing meeting. I like that you're going to be able to search on company names, but right now it's all kind of screwed up. Anyway, so I don't even have to read what the earnings says, what the guidance says. This is telling me, and it's an all-time low. So all right. So what I'm going to do now? Thank you for pointing that out, Becca. I had no idea. And now I've got the same colors. Oh man. All right, I've got to fool around now with the colors. Just a minute. Hi. Man, VRPX, holy smokes. Another new high. I have no idea where this is going to go. Give me a moment. It's amazing how long ago I did this. Come on. Well, this is a paper trade, David. I only paper trade just to show people how to do it. That's all. I don't. Ugh. I'm gonna have to do this after hours. And this is reverted to 30 again for the EMA. Well, I don't know, guys. I'm sorry, but I have to figure out what's going on. It's gone back to 30, even though I removed. Okay, Chloe. Bye bye. Sorry. Well, it depends what you mean. Okay, Golden Gate. Depends what you mean, the good from the bad. These are making new highs. These are making new lows. So if you think a stock that's making a new low for the day with certain filters is bad, then this is one. If you think stocks that are making new highs for the day with other filters in place is good, then this one is for you. Okay, as an example. You know, good, bad is pretty subjective though sometimes. I mean, sometimes a bad stock that's down is starting to bounce. So, you know, at that point it's good. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to shut down my. So I'm going to lose all the original ones, but that's okay. I want to close all. I want to see what happens here. All right, let me try this again. I think there's something wrong with my software because I should be able to remove this right here. I should be able to highlight something and remove it if I want. And the remove is grayed out. So I'm just going to have to play around with this after hours. I mean, I don't know what's going on. SMA is fine. That's a 20. But the EMA is, I don't know how it got to 30. And again, if I remove it here, okay, I give up. It doesn't want to remember my, unless I have to close the program. Anyway, I'll figure it out some other time. So forget my crosses, guys. All right, I'm just gonna forget about it, guys. You know, there's nothing I'm gonna do about it right now. All right, so this RVP, is it bouncing at all? A little bit of a bounce. The thing is, I don't know if it's been like that from day one. But nobody, you're the first person to say, hey, your cross doesn't line up with mine. And we're not talking about pre-market data. Okay, so VRPX is still making new highs. Alpha is, now I have no idea where the cross is, but Alpha is still, well, maybe the 30 EMA, maybe the 30 EMA is the way to go on, instead of the 8 EMA. It still has not crossed down. And of course I'm kind of kidding. Yeah, Alpha is still strong. I mean, it is still strong. It's not. It has not had that big collapse yet. Still think 10 is going to be a tough one for it to get through. But look, if it gets through, to me though, it looks like there's a lot of resistance between 10 and 11. I'm going to give this one more shot. All right, well, it does say 8 EMA right there at 964, so I guess maybe that's how you have to do it. Maybe I have to disregard this because it does say 8 right there. 8, it does say 8. I don't know. All right, this DXC is still super weak. It's not an earnings play. Just I guess just moving with the rest of the market. I don't see any specific news. I see. Let's see. J.P. Morgan downgraded it this morning. Well, you're going long. Why not? I don't know. I mean, it's. I think 10 is going to be tough. I wish you luck, of course, Eli. I hope it works for you. Though there are some in the room that are short at lower levels than this, but boy, this VRPX, I cannot believe how strong it still is. I mean, this has not had a massive sell-off, really. No. Now, Alex, don't be so negative on yourself. Guys, I'm just, you maybe see what I'm doing. I'm trying to do this on a brand new chart to see. I just don't think it's going to, I just don't think it's going to accept 8 here, though it looks like it accepts it on the chart. So there it says it right there, 8 and 20. Maybe it just defaults to it. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it just defaults to this, when you load it or something. That's all I can think of because this does say 8 up here and 20 up here, so maybe that's all that is. So I'm not going to worry about it, I guess. Well, I'm just trying to add the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA like I've had before. I guess I'm just going to have to trust what it says on the chart itself. Yeah, so the 13 level for VRPX, really important for to try to hold. And now okay, now this could be the big sell-off, yes. Okay, so that's what it is. So Becca, I think you messed me up. Now let's take a look at Alpha again. Yeah, it just got halted on the way down. Okay, well this looks like I mean, for sure, this looks like a cross now for Alpha. And you guys are going to get, I think, a big fall here. Well, it can if the ADMA crosses down below the 20 SMA on it. You know, it doesn't matter what time frame you're really looking at. That could signify that a short could be in the making. Okay, that's what the cross is. And the reverse, if the EMA crosses above the 20 SMA, that could signify that a long play could be in the making. And now, you know, you could get a further confirmation, especially if that 8 EMA crosses down below the 20 SMA on the 2 minute, on the 5 minute chart. Becca, I don't know what you're seeing. I mean, I don't know what you're seeing. I mean, I'm seeing that it has not crossed yet. Really? Okay. I mean, this takes out 9. I mean, there's the cross, guys. Okay, now we've got a big confirmation now. We had the cross up here. It's hard to see at 963. Okay, on the 2 minute chart, we've got a cross now at 930 or so on the 5 minute chart. So we're getting these confirmations. Yeah, I don't use level 2, so you know I have no. But there are people that use it and swear by it, so hard for me to answer that. All right, VRPX just got halted or resumed, and now this is the big, it might get halted again. Yeah, who's your broker? I mean, I've got time and sales, which I guess is in essence level two. I don't think IB charges very much for that. Well, you should change to interactive brokers, Layla. I'm in Canada also. I would, I would switch. Well, Alpha's taking its time here. Yeah, just go to my home page, okay? And essentially you'll have my layout, okay? So, did you go to my link? Here's my homepage tab, but I put the link in before. I think this is still the link. No. And where it says Barry's layout. Just give me a moment. Okay, so MDB, just click on my link. Click on my link and go to the scan section. Go to the scan section right here. Click here, and here is in essence, my layout. Okay, there's some minor differences, but that's my layout. Okay. But also individual scans. Gosh, look at that NAOV. Remember how exciting it was when it got over 4? And now look at it. All right, well, congratulations, you guys who got into that ALF earlier. Takes out 9. Look out! I mean, again, it's got room. Right there, 9, and then the next level could be 865. I know real will probably have some fib levels. I'm just looking at the chart where there could be support. Well, I'm still pretty impressed by the VRPX though. I mean, yeah, I mean, listen, yeah, it went from 15 down to 13, but it's not the utter collapse that I thought it would be. I mean, it still may happen, but it's not the utter collapse. The utter collapse to me would be, sorry guys, I can't wait for this marketing meeting to start so that I know Brad knows about, it's great that we have a company lookup, but when you type in a symbol, it should go there. So there for me is the utter collapse right there. You see what it did? It got right to the 13. Look at on the 15-minute chart. The bodies of those candles are right around 13. And look what it did. It got down there. Now listen, it could Obviously, if it took that out, I think it's over. The bearish sign for crossing is the 8 EMA crossing down below the 20 SMA. Okay? 8 EMA crossing down below the 20 SMA. And it doesn't matter the time frame. The higher the time frame, the more the confirmation. So when you look at ALF as an example, you know, the cross was up here, very hard to see, but 964 on the 2-minute. And on the, I don't know why these things are so darn faded away. It looks like around 940 on the 5-minute. So there's an earlier cross and then a more of a confirmation. And you can add those to your TraderDiz charts, the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. All right, guys, so remember I was talking about these 3 columns here. So this was in the simulator, taking ME long at, I think, 843. So when the max P&L that I could have had was $137 had I got out right at the very top. So when I close out, I actually closed out half and half, 250 shares each time. So $107 versus 137. I mean, that's not bad, okay? But more importantly, look at where the distance from the exit price is, minus 61 cents. So in other words, where I got out, it is 60 cents under. So this is a nice little gauge to show you how good are your exits. You know, again, you don't want to have a huge max. Let's just say, for instance, I was at one point up $500 and I exited for $100. That wouldn't be that great, obviously. So that's one way to gauge how good are your exits. But another way is, okay, from where I exited, where is the price? So in this particular case, you know, it's 60 cents under. Obviously an excellent exit. Well, ALF now is, I mean, taking out that 9 now, very important. Yeah, I wouldn't say this was easy, you know, with the way it was chopping up and down for you guys who got in earlier. But if you waited for, even if you waited for that cross right there at 930, or, you know, started watching right there at 960, but that cross right there in the 5-minute. Yeah, to me it looks like around 942, so I'm just eyeballing it. All right, guys, I'm going to be in this marketing meeting where I can vent about the company lookup. Well, for me, it's just psychological more than anything, Golden Gate. Whole numbers for me are psychological. So when it You know, when it takes out that whole number, to me, that's another leg down. A lot of people will look at that, including myself. So that's why at the begin, you know, for me to get into that VRPX, it had to take out 10. So I was giving up about, you know, $1.30, $1.40 from where I know a lot of other people in the room were, but I just said, you know what, I'm going to wait for that 10 break. I was pretty sure that if it took out 10, it could just run, because in that particular case there was no resistance. It's an all-time high. Anyway, let me just put my note in here. So I'm in a meeting. But that's me. That is me. Not everybody feels that way. Let me do this again. It's about 10:20, 10:20, 10:25. It went pretty quickly, so I didn't get it right over 10. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, look at that. I almost thought they were doing a financing or something. And AOV thought they may have been announcing a financing, but I guess the notes from the annual shareholder meeting not met with enthusiasm. It's about as positive as I can be. I mean, obviously, I mean, look at this. I mean, it was just kind of chugging around that 350 mark, and then all of a sudden, that news came out. Yeah, listen, nothing will surprise me with that VRPX. That it could take out the high. I've been watching that after hours, guys. Really, if this closes well, I mean, this is one of those ones we haven't seen one for a while. One of those ones that could, if it closes well, really move even after hours. Again, I'm not telling anybody to take the trade. I'm just pointing that out. All right, guys. So we're winding this up in about 20 minutes in the room. So before we do, or I do go, just want to talk a little bit about my homepage one more time, and put the link in and all the information that you can. Yeah, I was on mute. I was in a meeting, so obviously I mute myself. Oh, let me just get rid of the note. Okay, so there is my homepage link. And what will you find on my homepage? Ah, oh, why did I do that? Here we go. Just a second, I just gotta find it now. Okay, so what do you find? Obviously, there's a way in which you want to take out a subscription. There's a promo code you can use. You just click on Get Trade Ideas and apply the promo code. We have annuals and we have monthly subscriptions. So these three are free. The Trade of the Week, the Stock of the Day video, and the Education. When I say these three sections are all free. So you can sign up for the Trade of the Week right here. The Stock of the Day video that I do. And all the Education, which is triggered. Alf, look, guys. I mean, this takes out 10. I mean, look out. I mean, again, I think 10 is a tough one for it to get through, but anyway, education. So if you click on that link, lots of education, the 20 lessons, daily support sessions, the webinars that'll start next week again, educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. If you're new to trading, great 36-part video series. If you're brand new to trading, or if you're just starting out, it starts off with what is a stock. So I would really recommend you take a look at this. And we have some ebooks that we created. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. All you have to do is save my link, and then you can see everything whenever you want, including, now obviously you have to be a member or have a subscription if you want my scans. And here is a very sample of my layout, okay, and all the individual scans that I've created. Not all of them, but some of the individual scans that I've created over the years. You can take a look at them. Now, I did notice that while I was in that meeting, OCSR triggered from the option scanner. For me, would have to take out 13 probably. And I think it's struggling to get through that. Yeah, see, it didn't quite get to that area. Why? I mean, it has room. I mean, I liked it because this is what happened yesterday. So this was had earnings on the 12th. But yesterday, a bad day. But, I was just looking at this high over here, 1425. So you get an alert at 1288. But I really wanted to see it break 13, which it did not. So consequently, I just let it alone, or left it alone. Well, first of all, double espresso, I would recommend that you download the latest beta, number one, okay? Then you can, if you want, you can set up what we call containers. You can put all your windows inside the container. I've got 2 containers that you see here. I've got a container full of my charts that I have. Okay, now, if you don't want to do that, that's on our website. That's the latest beta. You have to scroll down a bit. If you don't want to do that, then what you do... Okay, so what you do is this. I've got 3 monitors, so this is what I did before we had containers. What you do is you designate one of your monitors as your main monitor. Put all your windows, Trade Ideas windows, on them where you want. Put the Trade Ideas windows on your other monitors exactly where you want them. And once you do that, click on Tools, Options, Layouts. Okay, and then check that Open relative to main window. Okay, and then save. Once you do that, then when you shut down Trade Ideas, save your work, shut down Trade Ideas. When you load Trade Ideas again, everything should be in the correct spot. However, I don't do that anymore. I have created my containers, and I love them. It's up to you. And if you want to know how to do all that in terms of containers and the docking, the whole docking, I've got a video on that, how to create a dock. Okay? And Alf just made a new high, guys. I hope you guys are out. I mean, it just popped through 10 briefly. Look at the volume that came in. This is what I'm talking about with the volume. Look at the volume. So this will be a new. So that's the 240. That's the 230 to 245 volume bar. I mean, that's almost as big as these ones. Okay, so that's what you want to see if you want to get in. See it break through. Now, granted, did it? Maybe not. I mean, it got up to 1023, and that's a big pullback. So, not all the time, just because you get the volume, is it going to persist? But it's kind of interesting the way that did trade. But I'd be watching that VRPX after hours. See how it closes? Closes near the high of the day. And the high of the day is up here around 15, actually more like 16. If it starts to creep up, and by the end of the day it's up in this area, I'd be watching it after hours. Because there's no resistance. It's an all-time high. Now, listen, if it just collapses, then forget about it. But that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to be doing anyway. Gotta admit, I am surprised with that ALF move. The only thing I can say is that, there was all this resistance up here. But that was a lot of volume that came in that popped it through 10. It just didn't sustain it. But there is a lot of resistance, through that from 10 to 11. So guys, again, we have about 13 minutes left. So any questions, feel free, of course, right now. all day, but especially now, before I do sign off. The max P&L is right there. If I got out of this trade in the simulator, exactly at the, right to the penny, right to the high, wherever ME was, right up there, then that's the max I could have made when I was still in the trade. This is what I actually, in the simulator, this is exactly what I did make. Exiting where I did exit. But that, if I got out right at the very high, right at that penny, right up here, that's what I would have made. So it's a good gauge. How much, what was the max you could have made? What did you actually make? You don't want to say a huge difference. In other words, I've always said like this, you don't want to see like you made $500, you could have made 500, and when you exited, you only made 100, as an example. And then the distance from the exit price, again, another gauge. How good was the exit? Pretty good. It's 54 cents underneath where I got out. Okay, so gives you gives you an idea. How good are your exits? Well, no, because these alerts, these colors are just for me. Okay, I mean, you can choose any color you want. If I right click and go to properties and select colors, I mean, this is just a palette. You just click on, and I've picked green for stocks that are moving up. I've picked yellow for stocks that are moving down. That's all. Okay, but in order to get there, again, right click, properties, and then colors. Okay, and then you pick whatever you want. The ones in the channels. What do you mean the ones in the channels? So if I click on the Momo channel as an example, so again, this is just, and you put this one together, and so his green, I mean, again, if I click on the, I click on the properties, select colors, so he's picked green, that's all. Here is a multi-strategy window, so you can assign a color to the different strategies. Remember, with a multi-strategy window. Well, if you're talking here, there is a meaning. I mean, the darker that green, as the way it's color coded, means it's up more. You can see how it starts to fade, and as it. Sorry, guys, there is a. The leaf blower is right outside my window now. So yeah, I mean, there is a gradient that you can use. I don't use it, but there is a gradient. So the darker that color would just mean that it's up the most. Change from the close. Here, again, each individual alert window, you can assign a color. Just so that you have a sample, foreground, background. Just a matter of playing around with it. Yeah, so if you're talking this, okay, these are some gradients that we have, okay, you can, so again, if it's, these are just some gradients that we have. I don't use this at all. I just find it's okay, but I mean, some people like, I haven't talked about colors probably in 4 or 5 years. I find it cumbersome, to be honest. But in this particular case, right here, the darker that green is, that just means that these are ones up, and as you start to fade, they're not up as much, that's all. ENVB, ENVB. Now, a lot of volume came in. A ton of volume came into this one. So I know what Real is talking about, shorting this. Well, look, I mean, it came right into the... it doesn't have a 200 day. I don't know what that blue line... Okay, yeah, there's no 200 day. It hasn't been out enough, I guess. Or it's way up here. No, it doesn't have a 200 day moving average. But look where it did. Look where it got to. It got right to this level here, and then it just stalled. You know, almost right to $2, right? $1.94. Are you talking about linking Brokerage Plus with Interactive Brokers? Or just in general, just establishing? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So are you talking about linking Brokerage Plus to Interactive Brokers so you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas? Or are you just talking in general? You know, clicking on an alert so that it shows up in Interactive Brokers? In general? Yeah, so it's just a matter of following the rules, okay? If you click on Tools, External Linking, I will, I don't want to break my link right now, but all you would do is add a link, okay? And see where it says, you just, as it says, keeping the window active. So I just put my mouse right into the order entry with that Shift key down. And then the only thing is, you'll see that you'll have established a link. And then the only thing is that you have to use, let me just go up here. You have to use the rule. This is a drop-down menu, and you want to go Interactive Brokers Live, okay? So establish the link, and then go to the drop-down menu with rule, and Interactive Brokers Live, okay? And then that's it. But it's just a matter of, again, tools, external linking, follow, add the link, just do exactly what this says, and then the link will be established, but then you have to add the rule. Yeah, so I've never really looked at the rates. It's never really affected me. So, I mean, if something is, you know, you'll hear Zach say this is a real hard to borrow, but, you know, it'll cost that. So if it's that hard to borrow, I don't even look at it. So somebody else might want to answer. First of all, if you're in a day trade, as long as you close your position at the end of the day, you're okay. At least with virtually every broker I've ever had. Not true. There you go. So William is saying not true. All I know is all the shorting I've ever done, I've never noticed, hey, wait a minute, I should have made more. Oh, I see. Okay, well, that's E-Trade. Okay. I don't know. I don't know with Interactive Brokers. Never noticed anything. So it must go from broker to broker. Must vary from broker to broker. Yeah, I don't. Okay, guys, now keep an eye on this one, this OSCR. I mean, there's a nice little move here. Came in the option scanner. Okay, and remember, it's just looking for abnormal option activity, which this has happened. It's 5 times normal. And look at the room it's got. So I'm going to be watching this. I'm going to be shutting the room down pretty soon. And I'm going to be watching this one, see if it takes out 13. The high yesterday was 1431. So we'll see. Yeah, a little bit of a move in the SPY. But we had no real recovery day. Wow, look at this one go now, guys. OSCR. See how well it holds 13. Holding 13 pretty well. Bit of a spread, 0308, 1303, 1308. All right, guys. Well, again, keep an eye on the VRPX. See if it closes near the high of the day towards the end of the day, and then watch it after hours. See if it keeps moving. All right, guys, I'm going to shut it down now. Thanks a lot for all your help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.